We all take your time very seriously, and we know that your time is valuable to you. But without jurors, we wouldn't be able to resolve disputes in this country the way we can, the way we do in our civil trial system, which I think personally is the best way to resolve disputes. And without you here to resolve this dispute, we wouldn't be able to get a resolution to this case. But thank you for being here. Also, we will try our best to make this case as efficient as possible without issue. There's a lot to present, as the judge stated. There is a claim that we brought, there's a counterclaim, there's lots of evidence, there's hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents. We will do our best to make sure that we don't waste your time, that we efficiently present this evidence to you as thoroughly as possible. There will be times during this trial you will probably be frustrated. We may be frustrated. We're held up on issues, different evidence going in or not going in and talking about it. We'll try to move along as quickly as possible. I anticipate this trial will take today and probably Monday, but we should be able to resolve it. Yeah, this case, as Judge Mcburney told you, is about a claim my client brought against his brother, Orlansky. The players of this party are Melvin Orlansky, and I'll refer to as Mel or Melvin, and Herb Orlansky, who I refer to as Herb, because we're all Orlansky, everybody's involved here is Orlansky. Their mother was Libby Orlansky. Libby Orlansky, back in 2001, established a trust. Some of you may know what a trust is. Some of you may not know what a trust is. You probably don't. What a trust is, and the judge will instruct you in the law later on in this case. But what a trust is, it is a document that establishes that it's a legal entity that is established by a document. So a trust is a separate legal entity. We all can do what we want individually. We establish a trust that is a separate legal entity. And it is done by terms of a trust. People set up trusts all the time for various reasons, usually to take care of their family past, to take care of their family members while they're alive, to take care of themselves while they're alive. There's tax reasons to set up a trust. There's a lot of reasons you would set up a trust. But here it's a pretty simple trust. Back in 2001, Ms. Orlansky put her assets into this trust. She signed a document, the Libby Orlansky Family Trust. You'll see a copy of that document. And under Georgia law, the judge will instruct you. Under Georgia law, the main controller of what you're supposed to do under a trust is the terms of the trust. You look at the trust. And in any trust, there is a trustee the trustee is the person that's going to take care of that property. The trustee may be the same person that establishes the trust. It may be a different person. But what it does is it says, I'm going to put property or assets into this legal entity, the trust. The trustee is to abide by the terms of the trust and take care of those assets and do what I want with those assets. So I'm going to explain briefly what this trust says, the Libby Orlansky Family Trust. I think it'll give you a good idea of what generally trusts are. In 2001, Ms. Orlansky established this trust. She said initially that I am going to be, Libby Orlansky is the trustee of the trust. And these assets are going into the trust for my care. I can use, during my life, I can use these assets as I wish. And this is an important point of this particular trust. The trust states that if I become incapacitated, the terms of the trust essentially change, the original. And those assets that are in the trust can only be used for my care, my benefit, my maintenance. Again, Ms. Orlansky named herself as the initial trustee. The successor trustee was Herb Orlansky. Ms. Orlansky, you'll hear testimony that unfortunately Ms. Orlansky suffered from Alzheimer's, dementia. The Orlansky family went through all of the horrible things that go with caring for somebody with dementia, with Alzheimer's. But thankfully, Ms. Orlansky set up this trust that was to be used for her care should she become incapacitated. The evidence is going to show that back in 2011, when Ms. Orlansky was already incapacitated, that Herb took over the control of the trust. The main asset, and Evan's going to show, the main asset of the trust was an account, a brokerage account, held with Edward Jones. And Herb, in 2011, went to Edward Jones and asked for a change document that says, I am the trustee of the trust. He signed it. And he said, I'm the trustee, I'm the only trustee of the Olivia Orlansky Family Trust. So at that point, we contend, Mr. Orlansky became the trustee of the trust. Again, as I said, you can read the trust, you'll have the trust with you. The trust says, if she becomes incapacitated, that those funds are only used for her care. It doesn't say you can give this money away to family members. You can use this money for some other reason. You can pay for grandkids' college. Trust doesn't say that. Trust says it's to be used for my care. All along, and my client, Melvin Orlansky, he will testify. But during this time, he was aware that his brother was taking care of his father's finances, taking care of the trust. Melvin lives in Memphis. He's 5-6 hours away from his mother. Herb lived nearby. It was more convenient for him to take care of his mother's assets. Melvin wondered, well, I'm assuming everything's that they're taking care of my mom. I'm assuming everything's fine with her assets. But Melvin never got any information from his brother. His brother didn't provide an accounting of what was going on with that trust. So Melvin. Fast forward 4 years, and unfortunately, Mr. Orlansky passed away in 2000, July of 2000. That's an important date. Mr. Orlansky passed away. The trust clearly states what's to happen to her assets that are in the trust, and you can read it, it's very straightforward. The trust says, upon my death, I make one payment of $50,000 to one of Herb's children, one payment of $10,000 to one of Herb's children. Then the rest is divided equally between Mel and Herb. 2015, remember that, 7 years ago. After his mother's passed, Mel, of course, was grieving. But he was wondering, and he asked his brother what was going on with his estate. And he got blown off. He got pushed off. He was told his mind over there. Yeah, this is Melvin. This is his own brother, his only brother. Okay. Well, some time went by, and Melvin started to get worried. He asked his brother more and more, what's going on with Mom's estate? What's going on with Mom's trust? That weren't taken care of. It got so bad that 4 years later, 2019, yeah, she died in 2015. 2019, no, had to go hire an attorney that's previous to me. Could go ask his brother what's going on, where Mel's legal rights. This attorney went and talked with Mel, who got an attorney. And there was some disclosure they had. Essentially, Herb said, it's okay, we're good. I've given myself some money, I'll give you some as well. At that point, only after Melvin pushed with an attorney, he got $40,000 check. That's 2019. This date, it's the only money Melvin has gotten from this trust. Melvin continued to ask for information, continued to ask for an accounting. What's going on with the trust? Nothing. Melvin had to hire another lawyer, a litigator, myself, Mr. Kierman, to go file a lawsuit against his brother regarding this trust. In this lawsuit, that's what we're deciding today. Melvin asked for an accounting. Melvin asked that his brother be removed as trustee because he refused, one, to give an accounting, and two, he refused to make the distribution under the trust. At this point, Melvin didn't have any documentation. He didn't know how much was in the trust. So you need an accounting first. You need to know what was there, what was spent. Sometime after the filing of this lawsuit, her, and you'll see, Judge Mcburney removed her as trustee. And the order states that her breached his fiduciary duties. I'll talk about that in a second. That he breached his fiduciary duties to Melvin by not giving an account, by not making a distribution to Melvin as he's supposed to under the terms of the trust. Third was also ordered by Judge Mcburney to provide an accounting. And tell us what's in the trust, what was spent. A year later, in April of this year, Judge McBurney's order was in 2021. In April of this year, Herb finally provided his account. Finally provided some documentation as to what was in the trust. Again, remember, he was only ordered to, I didn't mention, he was ordered to provide an accounting from the time of death in 2000. Nothing before that, I'll talk about that. From the time of death in 2015 forward, he provided an accounting. His own accounting, his own admission, you'll see the accounting, you'll be able to look at it. He had paid himself $535,000. $535,000. Unfortunately, and you'll see the statements at the time the accounting was provided, the trust only had about $240,000. That's over half, isn't it? You can do the math. What happened? Again, since 2015, you'll see the evidence. You will see hundreds and hundreds of checks and distributions to Herb Orlansky, Herb Orlansky, Herb Orlansky, Herb's children, Herb's children, Herb Orlansky, Herb Orlansky. You can look at the checks. You can look at the transfers. $700, $1,500, $700, $600, $2,000, $3,000. It's constant from 2015 up until the time you. Obviously, we contend that any of that money was taken as a breach of fiduciary duties. According to Herb's own accounting, again, we think this is a floor, what was that evidence of this? According to Herb's own accounting, Judge Manager's approach to the jury.
Sure. And let's pause for 1 second. There was one other administrative thing I meant to share with you all, and that's masks. The lawyers I have asked to not have their masks on when they're talking to you. I'll be asking each witness to not have a mask on when he or she testifies. If the witnesses are comfortable doing that, they'll remove their masks. You as a group should decide your comfort level with masks. When you're in the courtroom and the jury room, your policy decision controls. If you don't want to wear masks and your group is okay with that, that's fine. When you're out and about in the courthouse, the current order of the chief judge, who lives next door, is that we all are masked up when we're in general circulation. But within each courtroom, the judges can decide how it works. And so in here, it's mask optional. In the jury room, you should talk as a group because that's a smaller space. But I didn't want you to think that the lawyers here were in any way not considering your health. But I've asked them to not have masks on because it makes it a whole lot easier to hear them. It'll be the same with the witnesses. And if you've got questions about that during a break, you can ask the deputy. Sorry, Mr. Deutsch.
No, I appreciate it. So yeah, according to Herb's own accounting, this is the accounting from the date of death up until this year. According to Herb's own accounting, he owes Melvin $495,204.82. This is his own admission. This, I contend, is the floor as to what Melvin's owed. Because unfortunately, you're also going to hear evidence that we were able to uncover through discovery as to what Herb did with the trust from 2011 until 2015. And you'll see evidence that, well, what happened during those 4 years? Same thing that happened after. Herb used this trust as his own piggy bank. And he paid himself $700, $1,000, $700, $400. throughout these 4 years, the tune of another $160,000 that he took from his mom's trust while she was still alive. We're also going to ask you to reward attorney's fees to Melvin for having to be here. He had to hire attorneys to go sue his brother to get what was rightfully his. We're also going to ask you for punitive damages. The judge will instruct you what punitive damage is. But we're going to ask you for punitive damage that y'all can take into consideration to make Melvin whole. You're going to hear evidence, and that's our plan. That's what we're going to present. Again, we're going to try to do it as efficiently as possible. There's a lot of documents here. There's a lot of transactions involved in this trust. We're going to try to do that as efficiently as possible. I do want to talk about what Mr. Woodard's probably going to talk to you a lot about, his counterclaim. When Herb was sued, he filed a counterclaim with Judge Mcburney. And he filed claims against Melvin. Ask you, why did he wait until then to file his counterclaim? But in his claims, he claims that there's a partnership, that he and Melvin were 50-50 partners. The partnership owns some properties in Mississippi. You're going to hear about this partnership. Remember, on the partnership, Herb owned 50%, Mel owned 50%. And he's bringing claims that said that he's going to say that Melvin breached his duty to his brother, again, the 50-50 owners, because he wasn't taking care of the properties properly. Melvin's going to testify about that. And he's going to tell you, no, he took care of it just the way he's supposed to. And that in fact, it was Herb, once again, who was interfering with him, trying to get the most out of this partnership. And you're going to hear evidence from an accountant. The accountant's going to say, I'm the accountant for the partnership. You know what I did every year? I sent statements to her. I sent tax returns to her. He knew what was going on with the partnership all this time. As you contrast that to what Herb did with this $1 million in the trust. There's also a claim for slander. And I won't go into the details of that. But I do want you to remember, and the judge is going to charge you at the end of this, that truth is a defense to slander. I'll make it clear. You can't slander somebody and tell the truth. And I want you to consider that when you think about slander. And remember that Herb was removed by Judge Mcburney because he found that he breached his fiduciary duty. He didn't provide it. And really, I contend to you, what these counterclaims are simply a red herring, a distraction, something distracting from the real issue as to, hey, Herb owes Mel a whole lot of money. What can he do to try to parse that down? Well, I want you to take it seriously, but I want you to listen to the evidence. I think you'll see that there are no actionable claims that are going. Again, I appreciate y'all being attentive, y'all being here today, and listening to the evidence, and making a decision for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Woodrum? Can you get your board down? That's okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming in today and making the trip down here. I know it can be a challenge to get to the courthouse, but as Mr. Deutsch indicated, we do appreciate you being here today because we need somebody to resolve this. The Orlansky family has a very proud history, and this is a dark time in their history. When you have two brothers in litigation with each other, it is not a good thing. And to completely understand how we've reached this point, I think it's helpful for you to know what we expect the evidence to show about the history of the Orlansky. As I mentioned, they have a proud history. The Orlansky family came over from Ukraine in the late 1800s to flee religious persecution. They established themselves in the Delta area of Mississippi, and they did very well for themselves. They built up assets in the form of accounts, in the form of properties, and they did so by being merchants. They had stores in Louisville, Mississippi, and Greenwood, Mississippi. And this all started building in Mississippi with Herb and Melvin's grandfather, Aaron Orlansky. And it continued building with Herb and Melvin's father and mother, Frank and Lydia Orlansky. The assets that are in dispute today were largely, if not completely, brought into the family by Frank Orlansky, by Lydia Orlansky, and by an aunt, Sarah Brockman. So these are not funds and properties and items that either Herb Orlansky or Melvin Orlansky brought into the family. These are all inheritances that are now in dispute. And it is coming down to Herb and Melvin because this is where the family tree kind of bottlenecks to an extent. Aaron Orlansky had 6 children, including Herb and Melvin's father, Frank Orlansky. Lots of Orlanskys, so my apologies for that for keeping the name on. We will have quite a few come up. But Frank Orlansky, his siblings did not have any children who inherited anything. So everything was then through Frank, through Libby, to Herb and Melvin. And you're going to see that what you did not hear a lot about in the opening statement from Melvin is that there is a family partnership that holds the real property that the family accumulated. This partnership is called Orlansky Investments LP. If you're unfamiliar with a partnership, they can be managed in different ways. You can have partners that have to consent to everything that goes on, or you can have a group of partners who make decisions, or you can have a general partner who is the head honcho who makes the decisions and is in control of the partnership. With this family partnership, Melvin Orlansky is the head honcho, and he's been that since the inception. And you'll see through the evidence that this partnership has held and continues to hold multiple properties in the Mississippi area where the Orlansky family built up their wealth. And part of the frustration in all of this from Mr. Herb Orlansky has been that the family partnership has dwindled away over time through inaction and infusion of act by Melvin Orlansky. And that is part of what leads us here today, is this loggerheads between 2 brothers. One in charge of the trust, that financial assets, and one in charge of the partnership. The trust assets will be shown not only the financial account, but holds some jewelry belonging to their mother, and also holding a 10% interest in the family partnership. So the trust owns a 10% interest in the family partnership. And Mr. Melvin Orlansky controls the family partnership, which holds real estate. So you have this, what looks on the outside like it would be a good balance. You have one brother managing the real estate, you have one brother managing the finance. There's going to be checks and balances. This could work because of that. But because you're here today, you know this did not work. Due to the personalities involved, due to the decisions they made, this has devolved into litigation. And I say devolved because this family has not always been this way. They've been a family that's been very supportive of each other, dating back to Frank and Orlansky. If there's one thing I don't think anyone can disagree on in this case, is that Frank and Lydia Orlansky doted on their children. They doted on their grandchildren. They paid for their education, they paid for their support, they were always there for them. And this continued over the long course of their lives, which they did have long lives. Well, at least from my perspective, my family tends to go downhill quickly. Libby Orlansky lived to be 98. That's a grand old age. Frank Orlansky lived to be 88. He predeceased Libby in 1993. I believe he died the day after Thanksgiving. In the years after Frank predeceased Libby moved to Louisville, Kentucky, residing near one of her sisters, to be with her, to have somebody there with her. And over the course of time, it became more hands-on than a sister who was close to her age. So in the 1999-2000 range, Libby Orlansky moved to Atlanta to be closer to her son, Herb Orlansky. And this is the time period that was identified in the opening by the plaintiff as where we start to see some controversies come into play. One of those controversies is the allegation that she had dementia, which she did have dementia, but that's an oversimplification of her condition. When somebody has dementia, it is not always a light switch. And by light switch, I mean, it's not like you have dementia, you're incapacitated, you're incompetent. Dementia is more often a slow decline or a situation where you can see a decline, then a little improvement, then a decline. It's a situation that you have to look at more closely than just say she had dementia, she was incapacitated, she was incompetent. There will be plenty here from Atlanta who are able to testify to that because they were with Libby on a daily and weekly basis. Herb would see her on almost a daily basis unless there was some other conflict that was unavoidable. Herb's children, Alex, Abby, Todd, all the Orlanskys, would see her on a weekly basis. They enjoyed spending time with their grandmother, and their grandmother enjoyed spending time with them. During the same time period from 2000 to 2015, when Libby was in Atlanta, living near Herb and his children and Herb's wife, Melvin was residing in Memphis, which Memphis is a long way. It's not an easy trip from Atlanta to Memphis. So he did not get to spend as much time with his mother. And I think you will see a clear divergence on the opinion of Libby's condition between Herb's family, who's seeing her on a regular basis, and Melvin, who might see her 1, 2, 3 times a year. And especially when some of those times were simply coming over because she didn't have hospital, seeing her at her worst moment. And because of that disagreement on the dementia side, we also have a disagreement when Herb became trustee of Libby Orlansky's trust. As you will see from the trust documentation, Libby was the original trustee of her own trust. And Herb was merely a successor. We dispute that the transition from Herb being successor trustee to being trustee occurred in 2011. There's a great deal of confusion about that. And I imagine some documentation will do nothing but add confusion to it. But our position is that Herb became trustee in 2015, July 2015, when Libby passed away. And at that time, there is no dispute that Herb became trustee at that point, and responsible for the trust, having moved to the trustee position from the successor trustee. But in the years leading up to that transition, I do expect there to be a lot of bad things said about Herb and how he treated his mother's finances during that time period. And we strongly disagree with those. We look forward to the evidence being presented on that and being able to address the charges that were referred to as being the difference between the floor and the ceiling that the plaintiff described. Because Libby was still living and breathing and enjoying her family in her final 4 years of her life as much as she could. She was being grandma. She was taking the kids out to lunch during the week. She was providing gifts. She was visiting with them. She was going on family vacations. To portray her as someone who simply had dementia and was done is unfair to her memory. And it's also her that way in a manner to say that Herb was taking advantage. And that is where our slander claim comes into play. Because when you're saying that somebody is taking advantage of their mother who has dementia, that's a harmful statement. That's defamatory. That is slander when it is spoken. And that is what Herb has been accused of during that time, which we believe there'll be plenty of evidence otherwise. But switching back to the focus on trust and the exhibit that the plaintiffs provided, that is a number that has been provided because Herb Orlansky has provided an accounting, a very detailed accounting that I imagine provided to you as an exhibit. And that exhibit goes through all the transactions with the trust, and it shows who was distributed what, who was owed what. And Melvin is owed that money, but that's not the whole story on it, because the trust is not, as I mentioned earlier, the trust is not simply a single financial account. The trust holds 10% of the partnership. And the partnership has value. And also there are matters of personal property that has significant value. Diamond rings and multiple carats, things of that nature that come into play when you're trying to assess how you balance this out. And at the end of this, I imagine you are going to have a significant challenge because you are going to be asked to essentially divorce these brothers, divorce them financially. And I don't mean that in a legal sense. I saw the judge look up. I wasn't going to go into a legal statement on it. But by divorce, I mean separate, because this family has a long history of good times and success. And it has come down to this very bad time here. And after this trial, we are hopeful your result will allow them to move on and allow the future of their families to grow. Because you're going to see during this trial, the plaintiff has 2 daughters he's, I'm sure, very proud of. My client has 3 children that he is very proud of. And they are the continuation of the Orlansky family. They are the ones who have benefited from the family trust, from the family partnership, from other funds and things over the years. And it is just unfortunate that it has come down to this situation. And especially, I would like to address one question that was posed to you. Why did Herb wait until he was sued to bring a counterclaim? And I would say the evidence is going to show it's very hard to sue your brother. It's a difficult decision to make, to pull the trigger on suing your brother. Whether it be a counterclaim, whether it be the original claim, nobody wants to be here in this situation. And it is one that we are hopeful that you will be able to get us through on it. And we certainly appreciate your attention over the coming days here as we sort it out. Thank you.
Mr. Woodrum. Mr. Deutsch, if you would call your first witness, please.
I will call Herb Orlansky for the purpose of cross-examination.
All right. Herb Orlansky, if you'd come on up to the witness stand, Deputy Gordon's going to swear you in, and then we'll get you going. So there's already something on the screen. Don't share your screen quite yet. Before you say anything, Herb Orlansky, if you would move the microphone towards you. Yep, it moves on the stock, and then make sure you're leaning into it when you answer, because it broadcasts well, but not if you're far from it. The chairs don't have wheels. Thanks.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Mr. Woodrum?
Can I mention one thing very quickly at sidebar?
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to mention this before. Her is a prostate cancer survivor, so sometimes we ask the question. So, okay.
Okay. Herb Orlansky, if you need to take a break at any time, let me know and we'll take a break. Thank you. All right. When you're ready, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Orlansky, what is your full name
Urban Herbert Orlansky,
and where you currently reside?
Atlanta, Georgia.
What's the address there?
737 Park Drive, Atlanta, 30306.
How long have you lived at that address?
36, almost 36 years.
And you're a retired teacher, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you retire?
2019.
Your mother, as we talked about, your mother was Libby Orlansky, correct?
Yes.
When did your mother move down here to Atlanta?
1999, January.
And your mother had two children, yourself and Melvin Orlansky, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in 2001, did your mother execute some estate planning documents?
Yes.
She executed a power of attorney, correct?
Yes.
That power of attorney names you as her agent? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Make sure you say yes or no,
Okay.
so the court can take everything out. And she also created a trust at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
She did a will as well.
Yes.
Just to clarify, the will was what we call a pour over will. That everything after she passes away goes to into the trust, is that correct?
Yes.
The term was pour over,
Pour over.
like pour over into the
Pour
trust.
over, correct.
Okay.
I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
Sure. Both lawyers or all lawyers, you have continuing authority to approach witnesses unless I revoke it. Ideally, if you've got a stack of exhibits you'll be sharing with a witness, give them to him or her all at once. So we minimize the commute, and then you can just direct the witness's attention to exhibit 1, exhibit 5, et cetera. Do I have a binder? Will I be looking on the screen? I'm happy to manage it however you want to do it. I just wasn't sure if it was binders or digital.
We have both, Your Honor.
Okay, whatever's
I
easy.
will put the majority of what I'm asking him about up on the screen.
Okay.
You can follow.
A binder would help me. And then should I still rely on the exhibit lists that are in the pretrial order, or is there a different exhibit list?
These same exhibits, they won't necessarily be in order, Your Honor.
But they're numbered the same.
Correct.
Sure, you'll work through them however you want. Is that my lucky binder? It's awfully big. Sorry, guys.
Showing you what's been labeled as exhibit J2. You identify that document?
Yes, it's the family trust.
And that's the Libby Orlansky, the
Yes.
family trust that your mother established back in 2001, correct?
Yes.
You have been in litigation with your brother regarding this trust since April of 2020, is that right?
I think it was, the first claim was filed in 2019, I believe.
Do you recall in this lawsuit?
This lawsuit, yeah, it was 2020, yeah.
And do you recall that I took your deposition in 2021, back in December of 2021?
I can't remember the exact date, but yes, you did take my deposition.
And do you recall when I took your deposition in 2021, actually it's February 2021, I apologize, that at that time you had stated that you hadn't read that trust? Recall that?
Maybe not the whole terms of the trust, no.
Your Honor, got the original deposition. Would you like to open it?
You're welcome to open it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is sort of old school. That's not anything pejorative about the lawyers, but most stuff is digital now. But deposition transcripts, a deposition is an interview under oath with a witness before a trial, if you don't know. And there's an official copy that gets sealed by the court reporter who did that. And the lawyers aren't supposed to unseal it outside of court. So that was the official unveiling. And now we've got a copy of the deposition with all its exhibits. Are there any small exhibits in this case?
There's some, Your Honor. Actually, not many. Did you recall your deposition from February of 2021?
I do.
Okay. And if you could turn to page 60 of that deposition. On line 6,
All right, hang on.
following.
Okay. Which line?
Line 6.
Okay.
The question was, did you ever review the terms of the trust to see what types of payments were allowable from the trust? And your answer was no. Correct? So as of,
Well, hold on. So you need to answer out loud?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
so as of February 3rd, 2021, when this deposition was taken, you hadn't read the trust to see what type of distributions you're supposed to make this trust, correct?
No, that's not true.
So when you stated that during your deposition, were you not telling the truth now or you're not
No.
telling the truth then?
No, the question was, had I before the first mediation in 2019, and actually the trust allowed for, I think it was 60,000 to be given for 2 of my kids. And at that, no, I had not read the whole trust. No, I had not read the whole trust. And there was I think that's toward the back. On page 6 of the trust. And I had not read that, which called for 50,000 devised to or given to Abby Orlansky, who's my daughter, and 10,000 to Todd, who is one of my sons.
So we need to take a time out. There's something up on the screen. Nothing's been admitted yet. So let's not put anything up on the screen until something's been admitted. I think some of these will be they're joint exhibits, but in the record, the only evidence so far has been Herb Orlansky's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor. I will tender exhibit J2, which is a copy of the trust.
Any objection, Mr. Woodrum, to J2?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted and can be published.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
So as of 2021, you hadn't read the provisions of the trust regarding what the distributions ultimately will happen to those assets, correct?
No.
Since then, up to today, have you gone back and read the trust?
Well, I read it in 2019 when it was brought to my attention that, I had to make distribution to Todd and Abby. And at that time, upon agreement with his first attorney,
His meaning your brother's first
my
attorney.
brother's first attorney, part of the agreement was to show good faith. I would give him a $40,000 distribution, and he would allow me to have access to the property in Greenwood, which he never did, which was supposed to be within 10 days after I had written a check to him for $40,000.
After you had written yourself hundreds of checks from that trust, correct?
No.
I'll get back to that in a second.
Okay.
My question is, as of the time I took your deposition in February of 2021, have you gone back and looked at the trust?
Since then?
Yes.
No.
If you could, I would like you to turn to item 8 of the trust.
Okay.
Excuse me. What is your understanding sitting here today as to what you're supposed to do under the terms of the trust after your mother passed away?
In section 8,
Correct?
says the situs of this trust shall be.
No, I apologize. It's not section 8. Let me go back.
$13.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, under item 13.
That's it.
What does item 13 say?
Upon my death, I direct my trustee to devise the following property or money to those persons who survive me or those organizations set forth below. $50,000 to Abby Faye Orlansky and $10,000 to Todd Aaron Orlansky.
And what was the date of your mother's death?
2015.
As of 2000, it was July 2015, is that correct?
Yes.
July 2015, under the terms of this trust, under item 13, you're supposed to give $50,000 of the trust to your daughter, $10,000 of the trust to your son, and then the remaining assets were supposed to be distributed equally, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that your mother passed away in June or July of 2015, do you recall what the balance of the trust account was with Edward Jones?
I really don't.
Herb Orlansky, you probably already said this, but it'll help me follow all this. You and your brother are the only two children of your mother.
Yes.
So when in 14, devise of residuary estate, everything else goes to my children, that would be to you and your brother.
Correct.
There's not a third kid or an eighth kid.
I apologize. So under 14, 13 is the specific request, 14 is the devise to the two of y'all. I wanted to show you what's been labeled as exhibit D12. Can you identify that document?
I got one more question. I'm sorry, just so I get the groundwork here. When your mother passed away, did she have a surviving spouse?
No.
Is that the accounting that you filed with the court?
I don't see any, I do here.
There's also the attachments that are in this article.
Okay. Yes.
And if you could open the binder, Your Honor, I would tender exhibit, I think that was J4, the accounting.
Any objection to J4, Mr. Woodrum?
I don't think so, Your Honor, but I would like to clarify. I believe counsel mentioned D12 as a number and then J4 as a number. We're talking about J4, the accounting of the trust.
Yes, I apologize. It's J4, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
So D12 is the accounting of the estate, which is different from the trust.
Now, this is all part of, it's all the same accounting, Your Honor. It's J4. There's specifics in J4 that are the documents. I'll try to keep it just to J4 that we got it in.
Okay, but D12 is something different?
Yes, I'm not asking a D12 be entered.
Okay, I am asking. It is different from J4.
Yes, Your Honor.
J4 is the trust,
Yes.
D12 is just the estate. And there's overlap, I get that, but they are distinct things.
Yes, Your Honor. No, it's just, this is all the trust.
Okay,
Yeah.
understood.
The estate accounting was filed with the Fulton County Probate Court in 2019.
This is the accounting pursuant to my order.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, got it. J4 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could, there's a large binder there. And are those the statements for the Edward Jones account that you provided with your account?
Yes.
And at the time of your mother's death, what assets were in the trust, in the name of the trust?
At the time of my mother's death? Yeah. Okay, let me see. It looks like 787,000.
That was the Edward Jones account.
Yes,
That trust was in the name, that account was in the name of the trust, correct?
correct.
So it's actually somewhere between the starting period for that account was 819,000, correct? So you look over at value summary. That 787 is at the end of that month, July 31st of 2015.
There's something on the screen that may help you. I don't know if that screen,
Well, I mean, I don't see the 800 and something thousand you're talking
If you
about.
turn to the first page of the July statement for the Edward Jones.
better
account.
yet, let's use the screen. If you would click, no, right in front of you, click where it says stay muted, tap that. And then got it. Now you can see, because Mr. Pearman is helping put on the screen for everyone, what it is Mr. Deutsch wants you to look at.
Oh, the beginning value.
Yes.
Yes, 819,000.
So there's somewhere around $800,000 in that account at the time your mom passed away.
Yeah,
And if you look at that account value where it says 787,047.58, underneath that, 3 years prior, you can look at the screen's right in front of you. You see it says 3 years ago. What was the balance of that account?
$1,056,000.
And so that 3 years prior to 2015, I'm not real good at math, but it's 2012-ish, right?
Yeah.
In 2012, it's safe to say there was over $1 million in that trust. In 2012, you were in control of this account, correct?
2012? No,
Who was in control of this account?
my mother.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'll move on, Your Honor. We'll come back to it.
Okay.
So as of 2015, your mother passed away. Did you make a distribution to Melvin for his half of the 800 and some thousand dollars in the year 2015?
No.
Did you make a distribution to Mel for his half of the trust in 2016?
No.
Did you make a distribution to Mel in 2017?
No.
I take it's the same thing for 2018, 2019?
I distributed 40,000 in 2019.
40,000 out of the 800 and some $1,000, correct?
Yes, but it was only out of 400 and something that were his.
And in 2020, did you make any distributions to Melvin?
No,
2021, did you make any distributions to Melvin? 2022, did you make any distributions to Melvin? In fact, the $40,000 that you made the distribution to Melvin was only after his attorney came to you and met with your attorney, correct?
and me,
And you, correct?
yes.
The four of y'all met and you told Melvin that you'd give him $40,000.
Part of it was an agreement we were trying to come to between the partnership and the trust, was that if you would show good faith and give 40,000, or I think it was a little over 40,000 to Melvin, he would give me access to the partnership, of which I'm a 50% partner. And he locked me out. He changed the keys to one of the big assets, which is the old family home. And so I could not get into the home, which has been unoccupied since 1996.
So your excuse for not giving Melvin his distribution of the $800,000 or so was he wasn't giving access to this property.
And no accounting from the partnership at all, which was supposed to have been done from about early 2000s. And I can't remember the last time we've ever received a statement.
It doesn't say in the trust that you're supposed to distribute 50% of the assets to your brother, unless he doesn't provide me an accounting of what's going on with this completely separate entity in this. It doesn't say that, does it?
No.
It says you're supposed to distribute, and you did.
That's correct.
In fact, you brought that up in pleadings as your defense, correct? That you didn't make the distribution because Melvin is supposed to give you some information regarding these properties in this, right?
Not only information, but access to the properties of which I'm 50% own.
And you have
He
50%
completely
access
locked
to
me
those.
out of the
Don't talk
property.
over each other.
You have 50% access to those properties, don't you?
No,
You don't. You don't own 50% of those properties?
yes, but I had no access to the properties.
When you say properties, is it forest land so you could walk on it, or is it a building and you can't get in because you don't have a key to the front door?
Right. I had keys to the front door, which were given to me early on by my father and my mother. And Melvin changed the locks, which I now know why, to mainly the big house, which has sat there and deteriorated since 1996. And Melvin was the property manager and did nothing to try to rent the place, lease the place, and it just sat there. And later on in the trial, you'll see pictures as I went down last week, and finally court got him to give me the keys.
Do you recall that Judge McBurney issued an order that removed you as the trustee of the trust? Is that correct? Do you recall that?
I do. But he did not remove me as a trustee, just froze the account.
And I am showing you on the screen in front of you, what is Judge McBurney's order on summary judgment. You can look at it right in front of you.
Okay.
Have you read that order?
Your Honor, could I object to that being published to the jury? Because I don't believe it's been tendered as.
It hasn't. I was waiting. Let's take it down.
Judge, I would tender exhibit, we got it. Your Honor, I would ask that it be tendered. This is an order of the court. It's part of the court's record, and I would ask that the order actually be tendered.
So I can take judicial notice of it. Do you have an objection to it being published?
Your Honor, I would object to the extent I believe the summary judgment order talks about the admissibility, non-admissibility, of some evidence. And that is something that, while it's within your purview on the order for summary judgment, it's not necessarily something that should go before the jury.
So why don't we do this? We'll make it part of the record. You all are going to need to come up with a number for it so that it can be found in the record. If you want to show Herb Orlansky a hard copy of it and ask him questions about it, you can do that. Let's not put it up on the screen unless there's a specific area that you think ought to be published and there's not an objection to that specific area.
Your Honor, for the record, I've labeled it Plaintiff's Exhibit 16.
P16. All right. So P16 is admitted. It is a court record as part of this docket. Whether it goes out with the jury or not, we'll see, but it's at least part of the record.
Could we call it R16, just record 16, just for clarification?
I'm going to have it be P16 because they've tendered it.
Mr. Orlansky, have you had a chance to read Judge McBurney's order?
I have.
If you could turn to page 6 of that order. On page 6.
Yes.
There's a footnote 3. Have you read that?
Yes.
And in that footnote, it states in part, or it states that Herb has argued that he cannot fulfill his duty because he's unable to assess the value of one of the trust assets, i.e. its 10% stake in Orlansky Investments. That's the partnership, correct?
Yes.
And he goes on to state, because of Melvin's wrongdoing. Assuming arguendo that Herb is correct about his struggles with evaluating the trust stake in Orlansky Investments, that in no way precludes him from distributing the remaining more liquid assets of the trust on a 50-50 basis to himself and his brother. It is this failure that the court finds to be a breach.
You know,
So
You recall
stop. Oh, okay.
In your-
Before you answer the question, what's the concern?
I would object because it's essentially being read into the record as if it's being admitted as an exhibit. And I don't know if this would be better to answer outside the presence of the jury or.
We can take it up during a break, but let's do this I don't know if you're going to ask any other questions about that order, which is my commentary, not yours. If you could limit your focus, Mr. Deutsch, to outcomes. And for example, did that order make you not the trustee anymore? Did that order, as opposed to the language I might have used, because it may sound like commentary on the evidence, which I can do in an order, which I don't do in front of a jury. And I wouldn't want it to be misconstrued in that way.
I'll move on here.
Okay.
As part of the judge's order, you were removed as trustee of the trust, though, correct?
I do not see any statement about being removed as,
Well, I'm asking your own opinion of this.
no, the account was frozen.
Are you still the trustee? Do you think you're still the trustee of the family
If
trust?
you pull up the account, it says I am.
Your Honor, I may need to take this up outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. You want to do that now, or as in you're stuck or we can,
We can go back to this and then I'll go back and talk about this as well. So.
okay.
Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to go back to the accounting that you filed, which is J4, that's in front of you. And that's the accounting that you filed with the court. We've talked about it already. And according to your accounting, you had as of the time of death to the accounting, so from the time your mother passed away to the time that you provided this accounting to the court, you had distributed $595,000 to yourself, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact amount, but
Do you need to look back at the accounting?
what was that amount again?
595.
I see 535.
That you, the 535 is what you claim you owe Melvin, correct?
Under section 3, part 3, Mr. Herbert Orlansky has received 535,000 disbursements through checks, debit card use, and loan proceeds.
And let's talk about that. What were the loan proceeds?
Gosh, I can't remember. Maybe it was something that was taken out of margin to pay something or whatever.
From 2015 to 2022, did you write any checks from the trust to yourself?
Yes.
Why did you write checks to yourself?
We had bills to pay. I had medical bills to pay for my mother. She died in 2015, July of 2015. My mother was paying for the kids' education. So we were paying their living expenses. A lot of times I would pay it myself and I'd reimburse myself. That was my mother's and my father's. This is the way they work. They paid for education.
After your mom died, did the trust authorize you to pay yourself for expenses and not pay your brother at the same time?
Doesn't authorize, but again, I am not an attorney and I'm not familiar with, whatever the trust. I mean, my mother's way she operated, if we needed money, if the kids needed to pay their tuition, she would pay it. Not all the time, but, pay most of the time.
Do you want to go back to the question about trustee? I think we can clear it up right now. I'm happy to clear it up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Herb Orlansky, you have in front of you that order.
Yes.
If you go to
Oh,
page,
wait.
it's P14. I know you got a lot of documents. Sorry about that.
P14?
I think that's what it's called.
16.
16, sure. Go to page 7. And on page 7, you see there's a list 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Go a couple lines above that and read to yourself. All right, you want to ask your question again, Mr. Deutsch, about trustee?
Yes, Mr. Orlansky. So were you actually removed as the trustee pursuant to Judge McBurney's order?
I see that in number 2. The brothers agree upon.
It's not number 2. Go above 1.
I did.
And there's a line that says trust in over half a decade. Go all the way to the end of that line.
Yes, I see.
Okay. So the answer to the question of whether you were removed as trustee is?
Yes.
So you were removed.
He just answered that question. Next
Your Honor.
question.
And in your accounting, I'm going to go back to your accounting. You claim that you still owed Mel $495,204.82. Is that correct?
From the trust.
Yes.
Yes.
And As of the date that you were removed as the trustee of the trust, do you know what the value of the account, the Edward Jones Trust account was?
I really don't.
Can you turn to the last statement in the binder that you have?
Um, 245,894.
So as of the date you were removed, there's 240-some thousand dollars left. And you testified earlier, you made one distribution relevant for $40,000.
Correct.
Made a distribution. Did you actually make a distribution for $50,000 to your son?
Yeah, well, it was 60. It was
50 for your
50
daughter.
It was 50 to my daughter and 10 to my son.
And how did you pay those? How did you pay the 50 to your daughter and 10 to your son?
Wrote a check.
Write a check?
I think so, yes.
Did you provide a copy of those checks in the accounting that you filed with the court?
I don't think so.
So we don't, sitting here today, we don't have proof as to whether or not the trust or you actually paid the $50,000 to your daughter.
Well,
$10,000 to your son.
well, they have been called as witnesses and they will testify.
So don't talk about what they're going to say,
Okay.
but
Well, I just said
If-
they will testify.
they'll say what they say if they testify.
So you didn't provide a copy of the check that you wrote?
I did not.
But the binder in front of you, that has a number of checks in it, doesn't it? The statements, the monthly statements, don't they show what checks were written on the account?
Well, that was in 2019. Hang on one second. I'd have to go by month unless you can tell me what month we had the mediation with the attorney, his first attorney. I mean, I'd have to go through every month to see, because I know it was in 2019. Instead of going through this month by month, I mean, it's going to take time. Can I get an idea of when we had that mediation with the attorney? That'll tell me.
I don't know off the top of my head when you had a mediation with your attorney. I'm just asking if there's a copy of a check in there.
Well, I mean, I have to go through 12 months
Both
of
of you stop.
statements
Both of
to
you
see.
stop. Hey, Mr. Orlansky,
Yes.
it is real important that you not talk over each other. So if Mr. Deutsch is asking you a question, don't answer it till he's done. And Mr. Deutsch, don't ask your next question until Herb Orlansky is done, because our court reporter can only take down one person at a time. You guys have overspoken a few times. I'm not interested in having Herb Orlansky spend the next 30 minutes looking for the checks. He doesn't know where to look. It's a real thick binder. If you don't know when the mediation was, then we need to ask a different question, because he has made clear he can link it to the time of that mediation. I appreciate that was before your involvement in the case, but maybe over the lunch break, he could go through the whole binder. It won't be while the jurors are watching.
Thank you, Your Honor. So again, according to your calculations, according to your counting, the trust owes Mel $495,204, correct? And there's approximately $252,000 in the account as the time of the last statement, correct? When you were removed.
Yes.
So how is Mel going to be paid the entire $495,000 that he took?
He would have to pay me what he owes me from the counterclaim.
And if he doesn't owe you anything from the counterclaim, how is Mel going to get paid if there's not enough assets in the trust to pay him?
That would be difficult.
And during the time that you were distributing these assets to yourself, did you ever think, maybe I shouldn't get under 50% of what was originally in this trust because that's what I owe my brother?
You know, we got to the point where I haven't had a distribution in years from the partnership, and we could not budge. That's why we went to mediation. I made
Your Honor, we're talking about settlement negotiations. Two, we're also talking about a mediation that I'm not sure where he's going here, but these are all settlement negotiations that we may have had during this mediation. And I would object that he's not answering my question, which was, did he ever think he's going to owe his brother more than what's left in his trust?
I think he was getting there. I was following it. So you can keep going.
Okay.
So
and so basically at that point, we tried and we were going to reach a settlement with it. And then at that time, Melvin, out of bad faith, did not provide me any access
Objection, Your Honor,
to
to
the property.
responsiveness of this answer.
So you asked, why was it that Herb Orlansky decided to not worry about maintaining half of the then original balance? And I think he's getting there. It's a important, relevant question, but it's not a one-word answer question. So
Well, I will.
keep going. No, I'm overruling the objection.
There is enough to pay him his half of what's there now.
There's enough in the trust now to pay him the $495.
No, half of the trust.
But that wasn't the question. At one point in time, I'm making the number up, there was $1 million. So that means your brother gets 500,000. There's now less than 500,000. So if you were to give him the rest of the trust, he wouldn't get his half.
Well, in effect, my mother was still the trustee of the account in 2011. And so she made those decisions. I would ask her, I talked to her. My mother made those decisions probably up until 2 months before she passed away.
But I'm not talking about what happened prior to the death of your mother. I'm talking about after the death of her. You were clearly the trustee of the trust. So I think your answer is, tell me if I'm wrong, there's just not enough money there to pay my brother.
If this is if our counterclaim is not considered, yes.
And you're aware that there was an appraisal done recently on the partnership, correct?
Oh, yes.
And that was what, $110,000?
Out of something that was $1.5 million originally, yes.
Your mother or the trust only owned a 10% interest in the partnership. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at your mother's passing, that 10% is supposed to be split between you and your brother of the partnership. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your mother only ever had a 10% interest in the partnership.
That's correct.
And the remaining 90% was owned by you and your brother equally.
Yes.
Do you recall back in, when I took your deposition back in February of 2021, that I had asked you about how much was in the trust at the time?
I don't remember specifically, no.
You could turn to your deposition. You have it in front of you.
The red guy. It's underneath the binder. Here you go.
Okay.
If you could turn to page 97 for me, please. I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, 97. And I asked you, do you have the Edward Jones statement showing what the balance was at the time of your mother's death in the account?
Don't answer yet, please. Mr. Woodrum?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I believe he's using the deposition to either refresh his memory or to use it to counter an incorrect statement that he's making, inconsistent testimony. I don't think the deposition is there for the purpose of being read in.
So we don't need to read it in because we've got the actual deponent here. Right now, the witness has said, I don't recall. So I think the right way to frame this, Mr. Deutsch, would be to direct Mr. Herb Orlansky to the section that you think's germane, let him read it, and then ask that original question that you had asked, which is, do you remember me asking you about and how much money was in the trust at the time? And if he still doesn't remember, then you can read into the record what was in the deposition, and Herb Orlansky can say, that's not what it says, or it is what it says. I think that's sort of the essence of your objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Regardless, that's how we ought to do it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So why don't you frame it again for Herb Orlansky?
Yes, at the time I took your deposition, do you recall what you stated, what the value of the trust was at the time of your mother's death?
No.
And at the time of your deposition, do you recall I asked you what the current balance of the trust is as of February of 2021?
On 10. And I said there's approximately 400,000.
If you could look at the binder to the statement from February of 2021. You can look at the screen and write it, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I see it.
As of February 2021, when your deposition was taken, what was the actual balance of the trust?
$245,100.
It wasn't $400,000.
No, but you got to remember 100,000 was distributed.
Excuse me?
100,000 was distributed between Melvin and my kids.
In fact, a lot more than $100,000 was distributed. Well, there's $500,000 distributed to you, correct?
Yes.
So you were still, as of the time I took your deposition, you were still paying yourself money out of this trust, correct? You can look at the statement, so the next statement.
Yes,
So you were still making payments to yourself,
yes.
but you didn't know what the balance was when I took your deposition about the trust.
I just, it was a general estimate.
And it's kind of hard to keep up with how much is in the trust when you're making the distributions as often as you were, right?
Not right. I just didn't look, I never looked at the statements or.
If I could. I'm going to show you what's labeled as exhibit, labeled as exhibit J41. It's part of the account.
It's like a subset of J4.
Yes, Robert.
It's a subset
It's
of,
a subset.
okay,
It's a subset of the account.
all right.
And there's no objection to this, Your Honor.
Okay, J41 is part of the record.
And what is J41? What are you looking at there?
I am looking at Edward Jones checks by date.
And there is, these are the checks that were written mostly to you, correct?
Yes.
And there are 12 pages of checks. Very small type. That showed the checks that were paid mostly to you.
Yes, but some of the checks were written for medical bills, which I paid and I reimbursed myself.
But this is the accounting that you provided to the court.
Yes.
Okay. Does it show on this summary which of these payments were for medical bills?
No, because I was reimbursing myself for checks that I had paid.
How long did it take to reimburse yourself? for
Probably
checks?
about 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months would have been the middle of 2015 or early 2016.
Excuse me, by the way. I know the check to Melvin was written for $40,400 in 2019.
Okay. And that was on 7/3/19, correct?
Yeah,
Right?
and
And do you see, looking at your own summary, do you see the $50,000 check to your daughter?
that's what I'm looking at now. Okay, those checks, I'm pretty sure that I paid them out of my checking account and reimbursement because I see one here. Well, I see two. One for 50,000.
What check are you
That
referring
is
to?
223, no. Yeah, 223, 2017.
That was
Wait,
$50,000.
I'm going back. Hang on a second. Well, it seems to be a blank spot here. Okay. I do not see it in 2019. But it was written either from my checking account.
But you don't see a record.
I don't see it on here, no.
Do you see the same thing? Do you see a record on there that shows the $10,000 payment to your son?
No, but I don't understand this because I did write 2 checks. And again, I don't know how it was written. It could have been from my personal account and I could have reimbursed myself. I really don't know.
But the trust simply said you're supposed to make the distribution from the trust to
Right,
your daughter,
Right,
right?
but, right.
And you didn't.
But as I did a lot of things, I would pay and then I would reimburse myself.
But you don't show any proof of the reimbursement.
Oh, wait,
in
wait,
here.
just one second. I just got another date here. I want to look at. I do see on 8/30, $10,000
Which year?
was a direct payment, which was to my account because I probably paid. That was on 8. wait,
8/30 of which year, Mr. Orlansky?
Pardon me?
What year?
I'm looking at 2018. But this is strange. It goes from 2018 back to 2017.
Let me ask you a follow-up question to that. actually.
Okay.
So this is the accounting in front of you. You've got listed out, it says Edward Jones, the first page of the accounting says Edward Jones checks by date, correct? Is that what you're just looking at?
Okay. Repeat that, please.
The first page, it's split out. It says Edward Jones checks by date.
Yes.
So this is just a listing of all the checks that was written from the Edward Jones account, from the date of your mom's death until you provided the accounting, correct?
Okay.
Right, and there is, on the first page is a check to Joseph Looper, MD. I'm assuming that's one of your mother's
That's
medical
her
bills,
dentist.
right? And then there's a check to Bank of America from 9/3/2015. $1,600.
I see one for 500.
I'm sorry, 500. The 1,600 was to you.
Mhm.
And then 9/24/2015, there was a check of $850 to Bank of America.
Yes.
12/18/2015, there was a check to Bank of America in the amount of $3,050.
What was that date again?
12/18/2015.
3,050. Yeah. Yes.
And so what were those payments for Bank of America? Why were they made?
Credit card.
That was your mother's credit card?
Yes.
And that was the credit card,
Well, it actually was a joint credit card.
that's the credit card that you used as well, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
At that point, in 2000, at the time, 2015, was your mother out using her own credit card?
No.
And then the remaining checks that you have listed here, all the way through, there's the one check in 2019 to your brother Mel. The remaining checks were all written to you, correct?
You're talking about in 2019?
I'm talking about 2015 through 2021.
No, there were some others for written to Bank of America.
Where is that?
Page 8/14/2015, 9/3/2015, 9/24/2015, and 12/18/2015.
Yes, that's the ones we talked about earlier.
Right. I think you'd asked for a date later than that. You asked,
I'd ask, we talked, I'm trying to streamline this. We talked about a check written to Dr. Looper, these 3 checks to Bank of America, the check to your brother. All the rest of the hundreds of checks were written to you, correct?
Yes, I don't know if it's hundreds, but I know it's some checks in here. Yeah,
Yeah.
written to me, yes.
And if you could, at the end of the total check drafts, as of 5/5/2021, it says that $533,000, not $533,906 were distributed as of that date in checks.
The total check drafts to me?
No, total checks.
it's also on the screen.
There you go.
Yes, I see. Yes.
And if you look up to the next page, there's another listing of check drafts to Bank of America. What are the check drafts to Bank of America?
What are they?
Yeah, what is the check draft?
What is it for?
What is it? What is a check draft? If you can explain it for me.
Check drafts. Those are checks written to Bank of America to pay for a credit card.
From the trust.
Yes.
So these were all used to pay for the Bank of America credit card that you used.
Right. Well, no, there were some that were still from 2015.
If you look to the summary there, it says total check drafts to Herb Orlansky.
Yes.
And that says that $487,041 that were paid to you for these check drafts.
No, I see 31,000.
You can look on the screen in front of you.
487,000.
So that's a summary of all the check drafts, I take it, that were written to you. Then it shows the other check that was written to Dr. Looper. Shows a check written to Melvin Orlansky.
Yes.
If you flip to the next page of your accounting, the listing of Edward Jones debit card activity. I take it that you had a debit card on the trust account during this time.
Yes.
And that you,
Go ahead.
these were the instances where you used the debit card to pay yourself.
Yes.
And that continued, that started in 2017, continued through 5/7/2021. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I see on the
And
screen.
there's a total of $31,778.82 that went to you. And the next page, we've got the Edward Jones loan activity. Can you explain what these loans were?
Various things, maybe to pay for kids' tuition. More than likely, are their living expenses.
But these are things that were paid out of the trust.
Correct.
And you've got it as a loan check to Herb Orlansky for the vast majority, correct?
Yes.
And if you could flip to the last page of your account. All right, that looks like it's essentially a summary of what happened to the trust from 2015 until 2021. Correct?
Okay. Well,
It says total disbursements to Melvin Orlansky after payment of balance due. 535,604. Correct?
yes.
That's what was paid out to you.
He's not Melvin Orlansky. You're not reading that.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Those two numbers are the same, but one of them is, I think, an amount owed that has yet to be paid.
I apologize. So we've got I'm looking at a folded over page. Your Honor. I
Okay.
apologize. The Herb Orlansky in the corner, that's the distributions to you. Correct. First box.
Okay. Yes, actually, you've actually got down here just for payments to Abby and Todd, $60,000.
Correct.
Now, I'm just asking, somehow you must have found where the payment went.
I can ask the questions, Mr. Orlansky.
Okay.
You can answer.
Okay.
But according to your accounting, $595,000, $595,604 were distributed to you out of your mother's trust during that time period.
Okay, yes.
You, according to your accounting, it says adjustments for payment to Abby and Todd, $60,000. Again, I think we've gone over this and you're free to look at it during a break, but there is no payment shown in your own accounting to Abby or Todd, correct?
I cannot find it. No.
And then you show that Melvin he got the $40,000, and according to your accounting, that's $495 that you owe Melvin.
By the way, I just found it. Made a mobile payment through Venmo, 50,000 to Abby. I can't imagine I did that through Venmo. This has got to be a mistake. And also to Todd for 10,000 at the bottom of the last page on the accounting.
You said you made a Venmo payment.
I don't think you can pay that amount with Venmo.
I've never tried. We are about at a break point. I want to make sure I'm clear. This page that's up on the screen, this is an accounting that you, not you personally, but your side of this dispute prepared. This is not a Mr. Deutsch document. So if it says mobile payments Venmo, Mr. Deutsch or your brother didn't type that in. You or someone working at your behest would have typed that. Is that, I'm asking, I don't know. I'm not
Well,
telling.
I mean, if 60,000 was paid, but I highly doubt if it was paid through Venmo. They put a max on.
Okay, but setting aside how Venmo works, this document we're looking at is something that you or someone who was working as your agent prepared.
Yes.
Okay, we need to break. It's lunchtime. Ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Gordon can give you his thoughts about where to eat and not to eat around the courthouse. I'm going to try to keep this to just an hour. If you can't get it done in an hour, let me know. It's your time. But let's try to have everyone back in the jury room a little before 1, and we'll reconvene. Herb Orlansky will still be on the stand. And please, as I've instructed you before, don't talk about the case during lunch. It's fine for you to eat as a large group or subgroups, or you don't want to see each other. That's fine. But if you are with other jurors, don't talk about, hey, what do you think about that testimony so far? You've only heard part of it. You don't know what the law is that applies to this, and definitely no outside research. If you have questions for Herb Orlansky, you will get to ask them by writing them down. Any logistical questions for anyone? Thank you for your time. We'll see you about 1 o'clock.
All right, sure. I'll leave all this up here.
Please do. Yep. And you wait till the jurors pop out. Is Deputy Gordon having trouble with doors again?
Yes.
He's bad that way. Ms. Allen, how are the lawyers doing with speaking up? You able to hear him? Okay.
I need to speak up.
No. Pause between questions.
Yes, I got it.
All right, we're going to be on a lunch break. Everyone should be back a little before 1 o'clock. Herb Orlansky, you should not talk about your testimony so far with your lawyer. You guys can spend time together, but you're under oath. And when you get back, Mr. Deutsch will have more questions for you. How much more do you think you have?
Maybe an hour.
Another hour. Okay. All right. Well, let's be back a little before 1 and we'll get rolling. Mr. Woodrum, anything?
No, Your Honor. The only thing I was going to mention about the court order side of it, I have the expectation of those results of your order being conveyed to the judge by jury charges or otherwise. So that's why I was raising that issue.
Understood. I think folks' objections so far have all made sense given how this is unfolding. All right. I got to go get on a Zoom. I'll see you soon.
I don't know what walking.
I'm gonna grab something else. Get your knives.
It's like a character, I want to say like City Hall. Like gold doors. Yes. That way you go right. That's the middle street, you just go up to right across the street. Oh, so yeah, I know, but the Mary did it right across the street. It's still the next block up.
All right, thank you.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. I'm gonna free there.
We call it J4.
Yeah, we call it change. It was admitted as change. I know, but.
Are we done? Yeah. Okay. Did you call Ken? Okay. Well, shucks, and keep me abreast of this long. All right, I'll call him now. Yeah, shit. Yeah. Yeah. Am I taking something? Get you something? You old man.
Yeah. Where are we at? Okay, that's fine. You don't know, it's fine. Yeah, I know. So, no, I'm not gonna get into, I'm not confirm this, I'm not gonna get into the properties with you on the direct example where I do it after he's done with her. And I else I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get into the properties until all of them. No, okay, so, no, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add. That's why. Fire. Let's go to fire. Let's pull one down. Or keep it up.
How does he?
Just move it. Just across the. Yeah.
I'm gonna see.
I'm gonna ask him, where's asking him? He's gonna say. What's your evidence? I'll remember. I'll show you this on screen and say. 14. Is you. Let's check. Let's check here. All right, you're gonna look at this. Right, we'll start. It's. Yeah. That's what I said. Well, if you don't need something, you have until 1 o'clock. No, I have some things. There is a cafeteria down on. No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to eat right now, but there is a cafeteria. You know, we can leave that down on 1. It's on 1, right? Yeah, it's on 1. It's on 1. Yeah, there's signs. There's signs. There's cafeteria there. I'm fine. I got some bars like water. Got a water curry down there.
Sorry, I appreciate you asking that.
I want to actually do that. Bars.
Okay.
Great. Yeah. Have to be careful. We have to be careful when we not talk about that. So whatever. You know, we're going to talk about it. No, I'm not sorry about that.
No.
It's 2019.
Sorry, I'm
I'm asking about that. I'm saying, okay, Jeff, we heard this council here and then we're trying to get results. Yes.
since you
Okay.
did.
What was discussed? At the conclusion.
No. Once.
Okay.
Oh,
What you
my,
said.
my baby.
What you said.
Yeah.
Why? What was, why was 40,000 different picked out as?
Yeah.
That's what because there's 40.
She can't come.
Same.
So she thought,
So why? No. Who's in that meeting? Her.
I'm in court.
Who's in that meeting?
So I'm just trying to. What you did, you go in there.
Why was 40,000 chosen?
Yeah.
At that meeting, Bernie said that he was winning 4,400. And he at that meeting was winning. Yeah, you do.
You don't be at home, see. Maybe you're not. So you can let her know some of the things. A nurse and then. That she can't come now. We have to do it so fast.
It's actually part of my actual deck here.
Can we go with just what you showed? I think I think
One is black. One is.
I'm sorry.
Clear.
Just try and answer the question I asked.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we starting?
Sure. Sure.
Okay.
Start right there.
He came from a hospital.
It's a signature form for Steve.
So I don't know what's going on with her. And this is how these things. You know, people look into it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the same. Was a kid. So these people I didn't know. They were big guys out there.
After,
How long do you?
after P50. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, is.
P1.
Switch.
No, he said that. He said that he didn't know about it. That's, it's exhibit 14. These are all.
I kind of figured that.
This.
Huh?
Stuff. All the checks built in.
The things we can see.
Yes. Do it. Do it, please. Why? Because it's gonna keep saying use trust funds for your dog. Or airlines for your son.
You know, we'll say they give you the baby's medicine. Which thing?
Yeah. Right. That's what she was.
Hold to those.
Yeah.
226 and things like that.
Apples, apples for Holly. Now I've got to flow more. If this was the problem, it was just. No, I should have.
It's just slowing down.
But I don't know. No more water. I'll go for it. Yeah.
That can. She did, wasn't it? She talking about Rachel. She trying to feed him and you need to eat something, she's like, don't force feed him, you kill him. He did all- she's like, but anyway, yeah. No. You know? Yeah, amazing. The females on a different level, like you said, from here. I guess what I'm thinking, I mean, saying they're not just right here. No, they didn't tell me that, but I have, and, with some stroke, popping and acting. You know, things we don't know what we need or not, act like they can. See. I mean, he ain't understanding. I lost 3 nerves.
He said he never got them. Understand?
You know, pharmacists, that is used to.
See, Kayla, yes, that tax return, yes.
We could cross town.
Yes.
Mhm.
This is what she said.
Well, I mean, I was giving him those. But, you know, it becomes a problem with my sister. She didn't know that it was your cousin. I've been getting the insured, and I'm like, there's a smoothie, something fresh. Just made it better than that insured. But the nurse said I was doing good because of insured. I'm like, I know I have time for this great. So she does that sometimes.
If you're done with them, you can just watch them do anything you want. Okay.
It's like, well, dad wants, when he started liking this movies. And then, like I said, later on, it's like, you don't want that. That's all she said. He don't want. Just hoping she didn't get it to sell it. I guess it's reasonable. Yeah. See, there's nothing talk about the first thing, we're not yeah, he wants it.
And then you call J4, and then it's back to J4.
See, it's just, I don't know if you understand it now, but it's kind of like, whatever you trying to do, like, if it ain't something she thought of.
Should be.
Yeah, like you need to go to that chair, you know what they, both sides.
That's
I
the.
had my stuff there, I took it. Yeah, like she wanted to use it. How long we had this? It's like, it don't matter. You know, you gotta do it.
P14. That's it. That's it. 14 is our.
That's a. Don't mean that.
You're not watching P14.
He waited. Yeah, it. It's like.
Copies we have marked. We have marked. Person.
It's not gonna be on the.
It's not going to be on the screen. Just do it old school. Yes,
What you call it, when it's there, on their house in the future, please, so you know, because, yeah, because next time you see how she's What up? Hey. Yeah, I mean, it's not me, down.
All the charge of payments to them. Fargo.
No. So I figured it's not gonna be much longer, but wrong is that right for me. And I saw. That's how people. Because usually it's pretty bad.
No.
161.
Same reason they say about kittens, cats, and being like son.
Lots of mistake. Couldn't have been.
This is another sign.
Yeah, what?
So yeah, I guess in your stomach, tummy or whatever, you know.
Good recovery. The cascade of checks. I'm trying to keep up with you.
She said as was struggling with this, I had to drop some. Well, she didn't say alien, but it's like they before this guy cooked them. Check it over and but I was gonna make it strawberry dish like this. Strawberries and brown sugar.
Where the documents that show that.
I'm drinking, I'm drinking. I'm not strawberry.
You cleaned it, you cleaned it.
Sometimes I feel like
Yeah.
this is it, that's what.
You're gonna have to pick the evidence.
It's strawberry.
That's not it.
I said, okay. I said, well, I'm cut right now. I said, that was a big sign, but it's not that. They turn around. Just a little bit, I mean, you know you're gonna live with that on you.
You said you was using it for evidence. You did.
Right.
It's good.
That is the last piece of it.
He said I was paying for the kids. He said I was paying. I didn't pay for the trust changes. I didn't have.
Yeah.
So 61, 60. Yeah.
After the word, that thing is going on. Yeah,
It's good. I don't know the piece of it. I want you just to look through that. Just see the real animal there. I want you to see the real beast. So, you can follow your nose. Watch. August.
I will. Somewhere. Yeah. Well, we don't work too long. Well, that's the one. Yeah. At 1:05. But we might take a break in it. Okay. Well, I'll just call you when I get up, either way. All right, thanks. Mhm. Give us just one or something.
Great.
What are the other ones? Also nice.
I'm including this week. This week. We're at 80. Yeah. I agree with that. Solution. We still. We don't have any more stand for this. This is what we got. P14 equals 81. You don't need P14.
Just J4. J4 is.
No, that's J4.
Let's get J4.
I'll have, I'll pull it off. Let's just see what it's like. So, share screen. So J4, see it? So it's gonna be like this. You just go, if it, this will go there, the page will, you go share, see it? Scroll out. Share screen, J4. And then
Yeah, right, exactly.
this next section. And then checks. It's cool.
Yeah.
This is approving even if it's she's off because of parents.
That's not what she said. She said at the time, which was. Right.
Yeah.
That she said it was.
Right, I'm just trying to cover the
Yeah,
bases.
no, for sure.
Right. Call fine.
She's not here.
Objection.
third homes in Dell. Not in Dell or Alice. Procedure.
Yeah, it's essentially trying to just describe this as an offense. As a trustee, right? So, how are you not a trustee? You signed a document as trustee. How? Explain it.
Just put that choose some next. It's too much information.
You think if you got an associate, would you want to go to UGA law school?
No. We've had some terrible associates from UGA.
Well, but UGA is a pretty good law school.
Definitely, UGA is, I want to say it's like top 20 or 30,
Yeah.
which is, of course, the Ivy Leagues bump us all down. So, but yeah, and like Georgia State, they put out great attorneys.
I know, I got one.
And I forgot about Alex on that. But
Alex could have gone to Tulane. He went to undergraduate at Tulane. And he thought about going to Tulane Law School. He says, I'm gonna be practicing in Georgia. That makes sense, plus the difference in cost.
well, one of my friends who was in the AG's office until he left a couple of years ago, he went to, I think he went to Tulane and he transferred to Emory and finished at Emory. And he always tells me he wishes he did not spend that money on Emory. It just, he could have gone to Georgia State.
Exactly.
And, like 8 miles from where his parents lived. And
He wanted the prestige of it. And frankly, you graduate from Georgia State UGA, you might not initially get that big offer, but you will eventually.
one of my clients, she has a daughter who's apparently like just prodigious education wise. She went through Georgia Tech in like 2 years, top of her class, never got less than an A in the class. And she's already been accepted to like all the Ivy League law schools and stuff. And they called me and they're like, if she's getting into Yale and stuff, should she go there? And I was just like, it depends on what she wants to do and how much they're offering. Because they're in Banks County, which is parts of commerce and the outlets there off the interstate.
Winder. Is Winder in that county?
Winder's Barrow County. Banks is part of the big car battery plant, electric vehicle plant is Banks.
Rivian? No, that's the
Rivian.
trucks. You're talking about the batteries, yeah.
It's like SK or something.
Yeah,
I forget.
I've seen it actually.
If you're going up 85, you can't miss it.
Yeah,
It's like a
I've seen
city
it.
to itself. But it's a rural county. If she's coming back to Banks County, they're not going to look at her any differently if she goes to Georgia
Oh, I
versus
know.
she goes to Yale. So,
It's the bigger law firms. And I know Dave was telling me because he used to help recruit. He says, the only law firm, the only school that they looked at was looked at here in the Southeast was Emory. It's the only one they interviewed. And I'm thinking,
but historically, UGA law had some down times. Like there were times they were not, an excellent law school. And they were probably more competing with like Mercer than some of the others, but it really improved in the past like 10 to 20 years.
and it's another good state law school, Alabama. Did you know it really had a good reputation? I think it's rated higher than Georgia.
I know they're kind of back and forth because those rankings are kind of funny because they do it part of it is based on how difficult it is to get in. So some schools will reduce class sizes, so it's more difficult to get in, which that doesn't make sense.
No,
to
it's
me.
less money for
But because, if going from 250 in the incoming class to 240, essentially 3 people per section makes the difference on your ranking. That's wrong. Especially when you got all these rooms that accommodate 100 people.
Right.
So,
next door neighbor's son went to Harvard. Smart kid. Graduated from Harvard. He worked for the city of New York. What type of attorney? He was. But anyway, after spending all this money at Harvard, he's now works for a nonprofit. It makes enough to live. It's not like he's making, $500,000 a year. And you wonder, did he need to go to Harvard to get a job with the city of New York or this one?
Crossing that. J4 is my playground. So
Cheryl says, well, do I tell her maybe late afternoon or tell her it'll be Monday? Tell her be prepared for late this afternoon.
Tell her, to give me a second to ask and I'll try to find
Okay.
out.
This.
I heard him say it'll probably take about another hour for me. Well, that only puts us at 2:00.
Then it's take an hour with me and with you.
Oh, then you gotta do me for so 2, say 3:30.
But if Melvin's going,
Oh, you gotta do him too. Okay, you'll do him soon. It will, there's no doubt it's gonna be Monday.
that's where if the jurors were ideally here at 8:55 and just right at 9. You can, but it's just not.
A lot of logistics to deal with.
Brian, after y'all are done with Kurt, do y'all have witnesses the rest of the day?
What we'll do now next.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna tell our.
I'm thinking it's.
yeah, I mean, I just want to see. But we'll start an hour later.
You're gonna do direct or you're gonna question him.
Mhm.
The limited.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see how it means.
Frankly, I'm starting to get worried that Monday's gonna be around.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Why?
If we have a hard time fitting into 2 days.
No.
Which I don't think he made a definitive statement on Tuesday. I mean, just when you factor in the charge conference and everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That was, yeah, exactly. We saw that chart.
Brian, did you tell me you were in the DA's office, Jan in Covington?
I was, when I first got out of law school.
You decided to head out in the civil?
Actually, I went from there to the AG. Couple years, year and a half. Some of the criminal division. Step into the civil side.
So is that how you guys split up in the AG's office? Or y'all time wasn't the same?
We weren't there at the same time, he was there. So mutual friend, it's a lawyer. Yeah, law school classmate of mine. Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of all the attorneys in the AG's office. There's so many. Like I remember
It's a
seeing,
revolving door too.
like I remember at one point when I was ignorant, I'm still ignorant, but less ignorant at that point, thinking, everybody in the AG's office must know each other from like meetings and stuff and getting together.
Kind of, I mean, there's people I never knew. It's like, it was kind of, you rarely had like this big meeting of everybody, at least when I was there. It was kind of, segregated off into your little issues.
Do you ever happen to know anybody over there named Sheila Geeter, paralegal?
That name sounds familiar.
She's been there like 20 years, actually.
What did you know what position she's in?
She would handle the PSC cases, Professional Standards Commission, with teaching
That's,
certificates.
I had some friends.
And,
Back Let's just.
Which I know Sheila coordinated a lot of different things. She said that she coordinated parties and stuff like that. And,
It's part of our needs.
well, Sheila went to John Marshall Law like about 5 years ago, graduated and worked real hard. I think she had to take the LSAT bar exam 2 or 3 times. And she finally got through.
A lot of
They're not letting her try cases anymore, which I don't see why. I'd let her have some of those because those cases are nothing to
well,
watch.
she knows that's right.
With them. There's just nothing on the line. And you're arguing over a teacher being reprimanded.
A lot of those administrators for OSHA, post, I should say, peace officer training center, those are interesting. Cops get those certification.
Yeah, that's what I do a lot of with Professional Association of Georgia Educators on the teacher side. Yeah, if your wife doesn't have Page, she should get it just because it pays for itself if you ever have to use it.
Right. I think she does. Oh, that's good.
Well, if she's ever got an issue, she shouldn't be afraid to call into them because they're great. They pay all the legal fees.
It's great, yeah. Well, working in DeKalb County. That's a real possibility. It's a mess.
Hopefully, as a counselor, she can keep her head down.
She tries to, yeah.
Which they did have me represent a counselor just to assist her because she was so nervous about a deposition. In Barrow County, there was an alleged rape on campus. And she was the first person to take the statement of the alleged victim. And it ends up being a civil case that the parents sued the school district and stuff. And they deposed her for like 7 hours.
So she's an important witness, yeah. School counsel's nightmare. Get in a situation.
Well, she had never been prepared for anything like that because she just didn't think it was part of her job to have that serious of a matter. You know, like she figured that must be a law enforcement matter. But they just bring her in, the principal brings her in and tells her to take a statement. You call that, you can tell Cheryl, don't worry about today.
I told her if it happens, it'll be late today or probably Monday. She says, well, I need to know, I need to make plans. Tell the court waits for you.
It'll wait for a
Just
juror.
the jury,
You'll
except the
get
jury.
chastised.
I guarantee you, if we didn't show up, we wouldn't be too happy.
It's all.
On the courthouse. Come on up. Literally minutes. That's why they got because the stories are struggling to read. Now they are doing
They were obviously.
walk.
I think he's on Zoom with CNN.
I wondered if something would come up in that.
You know, he will be on eventually, if he hasn't already been on national television.
I imagine they'll have the abortion cases handled. They'll probably have some kind of hearing or something relatively quickly on that.
Well, he's already said they're not going to ban, I mean,
I know he said they're not going to
overturn the abortion ban.
Yeah, they're not going to put a injunction in place to stop the law. But he said he was going to continue to consider the merits of it.
No, so it's not finished yet.
It would be interesting to know the business side of how the attorneys on those cases make money. But you know, for the abortion advocates on that issue, because that's all they do. I mean, they don't do like anything else. They just travel around the country making arguments on those issues. I guess there's like special interest groups that pay their legal fees or something.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they won't be in a case like this. They won't be in a criminal case. All they do is that.
No.
I don't know if they make a lot of money or if they don't make a lot of money.
Pro-abortion, you know, that's a hot issue in this country ever since Roe versus Wade was overturned. It's definitely a hot button issue that's going to affect this next election.
It's just so polarizing from one religion to the next, and even between like denominations within religion. It's just.
Yeah.
I hope we don't run into Todd's wedding on this case.
Go that long. The judge would, you know. Got to write my speech for his thing. Last time when my first kid got married, I kind of winged it, just kind of got up shot in the hip. Sure. She says that wasn't good.
Are you his best man?
Welcome to wall.
Todd's his best
Ms. Allen, you ready? Mr. Deutsch, you ready for the jurors to come back in?
I am your.
You wanted to talk about maybe outside the presence of the jury, some of the lack of clarity about whether Herb Orlansky was still the trustee. I feel like we cleared that up, but I want to make sure you get a chance to get on the record outside the jury's presence if you still had a concern about that.
Following up on that, Your Honor, but I don't have a concern. I think you cleared that up and I appreciate that.
All right. Mr. Woodrum, anything before we bring the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring them in, please.
All right, juror.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. One other administrative thing I forgot to mention, there are no assigned seats, so you should sit wherever you want when you come back into the courtroom. In fact, it might be helpful to sit in a slightly different place because you get a slightly different perspective. Someone may need the seat on the end because he or she needs to stand up periodically, but otherwise, switch rows, switch where you are. No one owns a particular seat. With that, Herb Orlansky, you're still under oath, and if you'd resume the position up on the witness stand, Mr. Deutsch, you are continuing your examination of him.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Orlansky, I'm showing you what's labeled as plaintiff's exhibit 15. Take a look at that. Tell me if you can identify it for me.
Trust certification form.
And what is that trust certification form? Is that with Edward Jones?
Yes.
And if you could turn to the last page of that.
So this is 15, 1-5?
1-5.
Okay.
1-5, Your Honor. And is that your signature on the last page of exhibit P15?
Yes, it is.
And do you know what is this form? Do you know what the purpose of you signing it was?
Well, I see it's naming the successor trustee information for Edward Jones.
And John, I would tender exhibit P15.
Any objection to P15, Mr. Woodrum?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted?
On the very first page of P15, it says Herb Orlansky, TTEE, correct?
It does.
And under that, obviously, it says Libby Orlansky Family Trust, Libby Orlansky, correct?
Yes.
And the 737 Park Drive, is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Again, if you can turn to the last page of that exhibit.
Did you ask me a question?
No, I'm sorry, just turning to the last page.
Oh, okay.
That's your name printed out where it says successor trustee information.
Yes.
On the bottom, it says, please print the names and obtain the signatures of all current trustees of the trust. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Then underneath that, it says signature of all current trustees, all capital letters, all. Correct?
Yes.
And that's your signature.
Yes.
That's your name you printed.
Yes.
The date on that looks like 1/22/11. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as of, did your mother sign this document anywhere?
No, but I think she was supposed to, and I was supposed to sign it as POA.
But you didn't. In fact,
I didn't, and again, it's because I didn't read.
And as of the date that you signed this form, is this basically a form that gave you access to the trust account?
Frankly, I don't know what this is. I see that it does have me down as trustee with TTEE, but again, I was the successor, as it says in section C, the successor to the trustee. So it's a little contradictory.
But the first page, it's typed out and says Herb Orlansky, trustee, doesn't it?
It does,
And you're saying you didn't read this document, you just signed it?
probably.
You know what caused you to sign this document?
I don't know. I mean, they, might have called me in to sign it. I don't remember specifically why I signed this document. I mean, this goes back 11 years. So.
And you stated your mother was diagnosed with dementia in 2009, is that correct?
I don't remember when she was diagnosed with dementia. I was thinking it was closer to 2011.
You could pull out your deposition. You can go to page 12, line 5. Does that refresh your memory as to when your mother was diagnosed with dementia?
Well, I said, I'm guessing, it says here, I'm guessing it was around 2009, somewhere around that time. I just, again, it's been so long ago. I mean, I guess if I had the medical records, I could, but I don't know if I could have access to that. So,
And around 2009 or 2009, 2010, your mother was living at Jewish Tower, is that correct? At some point, she moved out of Jewish Tower to Belmont Village.
correct.
And why did she move from Jewish Tower to Belmont Village?
Because she fell and we were afraid she was going to fall and hurt herself.
And in fact, and that was around 2009 or 10, is that?
I can't remember. I'm thinking it was around 2010 that we moved her to Belmont Village. I'm not exactly sure, but it was somewhere between 2009 to 2011.
And prior to moving to Belmont Village, as you said, she had fallen. And she had in fact fallen and spent the entire night on the floor and didn't realize that she had spent the entire night on the floor. Is that correct?
I don't know about that.
You could, again, look at the same page, your deposition.
Okay. What page again?
Page 12. If you look at line 20.
Yeah.
And in fact, you state that does that refresh your memory as to why she moved to Belmont Village?
Yeah, it says, was this on the screen? And I knew at the time, sometimes she didn't even know she was on the floor all night. So that was kind of an indicator she needed to go in assisted living.
In fact, you have testified in the past during your deposition that in your opinion, your mother wasn't able to handle her finances in 2009 or 2010. Is that correct?
No, she was still handling before she moved out of the tower, the Jewish Tower. She was still handling her own paperwork at that time, her own bills or whatever. Not necessarily most efficient, but she was handling it.
Could you turn to page 96 of your deposition, please? Line 7.
Okay.
And I asked you, when in your opinion was your mother unable to handle her own finances? You answered, I'm thinking around 2010, 2009 to 2010, probably 2010 would be close to more. Is that true?
Well, I paid her bills when she moved into Belmont Village, not before. So it depends on when she moved in there. There were several reasons for that. She had a small place. It was an assisted living. So she just didn't have room to keep the papers and all of that. So I started paying her bills at that time.
And she had, at the time, she had the Edward Jones account that we just talked about, and your name in 2011, January 2011, your name was on the Edward Jones account, correct?
Yes.
Trust account. And she also had a an account with Wells Fargo, is that correct?
Yes. Checking account.
And that was a checking account?
Yes.
And was that checking account kind of used to pay her bills?
Both. She paid her bills out of Edward Jones and out of her Wells Fargo account.
And back in, as of 2011, 2012, did you have access to the Wells Fargo account as well?
Yes.
I'll show you what's labeled as exhibit. Plaintiff's exhibit 1. There's a summary on top of the plaintiff's exhibit 1. Then there's also past that a number of statements or a number of checks. I'm sorry, copies of checks. Can you identify that document for me?
Well, it's a copy of checks written from that account. statement.
So it's a copy of checks from the Wells Fargo account.
Yes,
And
correct.
this is from starting in 2000, January of 2013, correct?
Yes,
And at that time, were you signing the checks for your mother on your mother's Wells Fargo account, or the Wells Fargo, this Wells Fargo account, I should say?
yeah, I think that, and again, it's hard to go back, but I see one of the checks written to her facility, and it's definitely got my signature on it. I can't remember if she was still writing checks. I doubt it, or it was few and far between.
Your Honor, I would tender exhibit P1.
Mr. Woodrum, any objection to P1, the Wells Fargo checks?
Your Honor, I may have an objection pending the question to Mr. Deutsch. The copy I have has some like annotations on it. They're handwritten. I wanted to make sure I didn't get a copy that y'all have notes written on.
I think there are some notes on them.
And they would be notes that your team, Mr. Deutsch, put on them?
Yes, it looks like it, Your Honor. I can redact them.
So why don't we admit P1, knowing that it won't in its current form go out with a jury, and we shouldn't publish any pages that have your notes on them. But it's otherwise admissible, business record, et cetera. No one's questioning its authenticity. Just Mr. Woodrum is flagging the concerns. If you wrote on there, Mr. Woodrum is a jerk. We don't need to have that on the screen.
Yes, and I can redact all of those, Your Honor. There's just a couple of.
Okay. So consistent with those parameters, any objection, Mr. Woodrum?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The summary on the top, so let me back up. This count, the checks show the name of Libby Goldberg Orlansky and Libby G. Orlansky Family Trust. Is that correct?
What the checks were printed.
Yes.
Said, well, I can look. Yes,
And from this account, again, we have statements from 2013, 14, and 15. There are a number of checks written either to you or to your children, Alex.
that's correct.
And why were these checks written to you from this account, this Wells Fargo account that's in the name of the trust?
Okay, because I had 3 kids in school at the time, and my mother was paying their expenses. And some of the checks I would pay, I would go ahead and write them from my account, and I would be reimbursed. And that's why a lot of these are written to me.
And a lot of those, if you could look at the first 2 pages of the summary. That's for 2013.
Yes,
There's a total of $59,008 in checks written to either you or your son, Alex. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Again, if you could flip over to 2014, the summary. There are checks written to, I don't see any written to Alex. There's checks written to you in the amount of $57,975, correct?
Well, the total of checks, not one check.
Yeah, the total.
Yeah, total, yeah.
The total of a number of checks, correct?
Right, total of, all of those in 2014.
All right, and again, going into 2015 here, which is half of 2015 up to the time of your mother's death. It looks like the last check was written, it's June 29th, 2015. That 2015 total of checks written to you is $44,243. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your mother also had a credit card with Bank of America during this time period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was that credit card held in the name of the trust, or was it held in your name only? I'm sorry, her name only.
I don't remember. I really don't. I do know that my name was on one of the cards. And I know she had a card, but I don't know if it just had my name or it had, the trust on there. That I really don't know.
And would you use that card for your own personal expenses?
Up until 2015, mainly not. No, most of that was for, I went to the grocery store for her. I did, a lot of things for her. So I used the credit, or CVS, pharmacy.
Did you pay for a visit to Ansley Animal Clinic using that credit card back in 2013?
I don't know, but I used to go to Ansley Animal Clinic. So if you see that, probably yes.
Did your mother have a dog at that time? Did you make a payment from that credit card to World Toyota back in 2013?
I don't know. I cannot remember that far back.
Did your mom have a car in 2013?
No.
I'm going to show you what's labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Oh, yeah, right.
Can you identify that document for me?
It's a Bank of America statement.
And then what is the date of that first statement? It's a number of statements, isn't it?
Pardon me?
It's a number of statements, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. So you want the date of the first one? 2013.
If you could turn, when was the last statement in this packet?
Uh, 2014.
Your Honor, I will tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. There's a stipulation that there are some kind of highlights on here you can kind of see. We'll try to clean those up.
Okay, so same kind of issue as with P1.
Correct.
All right, subject to the cleanup. Any objection, Mr. Woodrum?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
P2 is admitted.
You could turn to the statement from March of 2013. Actually, February 24th through March 26th is the period.
Okay, March, you mean February the 24th through
February
March
24th,
26th?
correct.
Okay, gotcha.
There's an entry from February 26th. Says Ansley Animal Clinic, $127, correct?
Yes, yes.
If you look down to March 22nd of 2013,
Okay.
there's a World Toyota for $60.
Mm-hmm.
Was that before your vehicle?
Yes.
We want you to flip to September 20th of 13.
September the 20th.
Yes. It's going to be in the August 27th through September 24th period.
Okay.
You look to 9/20. There's
Yes.
a $237 for Frontier Airlines,
Uh-huh.
Todd Orlansky.
Okay.
Was that for a ski trip that your son took?
I don't know what the trip was about, but you know, my mother would pay for a lot of the kids' expenses.
Did mother actually make these payments, or did you make these payments for her?
I would imagine that I used the credit card with her approval.
And in December 20th of 2013, there was a charge for $400 to Santiago, Chile, correct?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I have that. September the what now?
I'm sorry, that would have been December 20th.
December 20th.
Would that charge have been for a trip you took to Chile?
Yeah, well, I took it to Argentina. The Chile was just a stop. Yes, I used to climb. My hobby was climbing mountains, and yeah, my mother paid for that trip. That was my last trip.
These are just a few examples. I'm not going to go through all these statements. But this card was used, a lot of these expenses weren't for your mother, they were for you or your family members, correct?
Yes, with my mother's permission.
Did you, during the time period that you were making these payments from the trust and from 2011, when your name was on the trust, did you ever report to your brother Mel what you're doing, what you're spending on your mother?
No, it was still my mother's account, and I was just the successor to the trustee at the time.
Did you ever disclose to your brother Mel how much money you had distributed or had paid to you and your family members during this time period prior to your mother's death?
I don't remember.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum, are you going to ask questions of your client at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Pursuant to our conversation this morning, I will ask
Sure.
the questions on that limited range.
Okay.
Mr. Orlansky, who were your parents?
Pardon me?
Who were your parents?
Frank and Libby Orlansky.
And do you recall when your father died?
1993, the day after Thanksgiving.
When your father died, were he and your mother living together?
Yes.
And where were they living?
Ruleville, Mississippi.
And is that your hometown?
Yes.
After your father died, what did your mother do for immediate accommodations?
Well, she stayed in the house in Ruleville for, I think, about 2 years, but she did not feel comfortable living by herself. As a matter of fact, she used to stay with our neighbor mainly. And then she, I think my aunt, her sister, talked her into moving to Louisville, which is where her family lived, and she moved up there.
Do you recall when your mother moved to Louisville?
1995, I believe.
And what was the name of your aunt in Louisville?
In Louisville, Ida Sontz, Sontz.
And what was their living situation in Louisville?
Well, my mother bought a condo in the same building that my aunt lived in.
Was this assisted living or independent?
No, this is
living?
independent.
Was it any special style of independent living or just a condo?
Just a condo building, and that was it. Still had a car and she was driving.
And at that time, was she managing her own finances?
Oh, yes.
Do you recall when your mother moved to Atlanta?
Yeah, January 1999.
And do you know what initiated that move?
Well, my aunt, Ida, had called me one day and says, she says, I'm not doing well myself. And, and she had two kids. Well, I don't know, two kids. Yeah, I think she had two kids living there then to help her. And so she just felt that it would be best if she moved down to where one of her sons lived.
And did you discuss that with your mother?
Oh, sure.
And did she make the decision to move to Atlanta?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Actually, I brought her down here a few months before to look for places, and then there was a waiting list at the tower, and all of a sudden it opened up, and then she moved. Had not even sold the condo yet, but I think she sold it shortly thereafter.
And when she sold the condo, were you any part of that transaction?
No.
And when she moved to Atlanta, did she move directly into the Jewish Tower?
Yes.
And for somebody not familiar with the Jewish Tower, can you describe those?
It's independent living. They have a cord in each bathroom and maybe in the bedroom. I can't remember, but if something were to happen, they could pull the cord and it goes down to the desk.
If you're not pulling the cord, does anybody come by to check on you?
No.
When your mother moved to Atlanta, did you assist her in any way in setting up estate planning and other matters?
Yes.
And how did you assist her in that?
Oh, gosh. I helped her get her license plate for her car. I took her to the bank to have a bank to go to all the necessities that you have to have for your personal needs, and bought groceries for her most of the time. I mean, she would go to the grocery store on her own, but if it was a lot of groceries, I would go with her.
And just to clarify, Mr. Orlansky, did you assist her in setting up any legal estate planning, like a last will and trust, power of attorney, that kind of
Yes,
plans?
yes.
And how did you do that?
Well, I found an attorney, and I took her there, and the attorney talked to us and said, what do you need? And so my mother told her, and then we set everything up. Actually, I think the first time it was just the will, and about 3 years later, I believe, it's all kind of fuzzy, but there was an elder attorney that helped her, I'm not sure, set up the successor to the trustee, which was me. And we set up something else, and I can't remember what else we did.
Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to hand you what I marked as J1. Do you recognize this as a copy of the last will and testament?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would, and please take a look at all the pages, and if you have any issues with it, let me know. Your Honor, I'd move to tender J1 as the last will and testament of Libby Goldberg Orlansky.
No objection.
Admitted.
And with, have you reviewed this document previously?
Years ago, yes.
And is the beneficiary of your mother's estate the family trust of Libby Goldberg Orlansky?
Yes.
And previously, J2 has been tendered. I believe that may still be up there in front of you.
What? Yes.
The trust.
You want the trust? Oh, here it is.
And do you recognize that as a document prepared by the attorney your mother was consulting with at that time?
Yes.
And you have previously testified that two of your children were specific beneficiaries under that, Todd Orlansky of $10,000 and Abby Orlansky of $50,000.
That's correct.
After those gifts are made, who are the remaining beneficiaries of the trust?
My brother and me.
And at that, during that time with the attorney, did you also work with your mother on the power of attorney document?
At the time of the trust? Yes, I'm pretty sure I did. I don't know if I can tell you exactly when.
I'm handing you where I marked this D11.
Okay.
Do you recognize this as a copy of the power of attorney your mother executed?
Yes.
And if you could flip to the last page, what date was that executed on?
December the 11th, 2001.
Your Honor, I would move to tender this exhibit D11.
Get to that sheet. Okay, any objection?
No objection.
D11 is admitted.
And so after you and your mother consulted with that attorney, you had a last will and or she had a last will and testament, a family trust, and a power of attorney.
Correct.
And after she was done engaging with that attorney, did she get further legal counsel on how to carry out the trust?
I don't think so.
And prior to engaging me, did you get any further legal counsel after that meeting in 2001 on how to carry out the trust?
No.
At no point in time did you have an attorney did you ask an attorney how you should be doing this?
I did.
And Mr. Orlansky, do you have any training as a fiduciary?
No.
And what was your profession?
Teacher.
What grade level did you teach?
High school.
Where?
At, well, two places. My last one was Coretta Scott King, which is a APS all female school. Single gender, I should say.
And Mr. Orlansky, after this documentation was done, did you start to assist your mother more in her financial matters?
I don't think, my mother pretty much, after these documents, she was still doing her own. I mean, I don't think I ever did. I mean, I might have helped her, but mostly she was taking care of her own financial concerns at that time. She might have asked me questions or something like this, not knowing where to go to get a car tag, et cetera, et cetera.
And what was your mother's experience in dealing with financial matters?
Actually, my mother was very good. She had taken care of our business for 50 years when they were in Mississippi, and she was she wrote the checks and did everything. So she had a good mind. She was very good at taking care of her financial matters.
I mean, when you say the family business, what family business? was it?
My parents had a small town department store in Mississippi and had it for about 50 years, actually.
What was the name of that department store?
The Fair.
And what did they sell?
Men's clothes, women's clothes, children's clothes, shoes, overalls, work clothes. I could go on about bloomers.
Did you work in that business?
I did.
What was your role in that business?
Oh, I was a stock boy. You mean when I was little? Yeah, I was, I would work either after school or on Saturdays usually. I'd, do stock work. And I, even as I got older, I became a salesman and waited on people.
Did your brother Melvin work in the business?
I think so.
Do you recall what his role was?
Probably I don't know. Probably the same as mine.
Did your father work in the business?
Oh, yeah.
What was his role?
Let's see, I think he bought men's clothes, shoes, and my mother bought women's clothes. My father was responsible for the physical and displays and all of that, besides selling. He was there at 7 o'clock in the morning because back in those days in the rural South, people would go shopping at 7 in the morning because they had to be working in the fields at, by 8 or 9 o'clock because it was so hot. So they opened from 7 till 6 every day, except I think they had a Wednesday or Thursday off, and Sunday they didn't work.
And is the family business the way your family was able to accumulate some of the wealth that's been discussed?
Yes.
And what became of the family business?
They sold, and I can't tell you the exact date, but it was in the 80s. They sold it to a very famous person who made a museum out of it. And the guy was a costume designer for John Wayne and a number of other stars out. He was actually from the town, and he was a customer in parents' store, and he always wanted to buy the store. And it was an old, kind of a, concrete floor with the old glass showcases, and it was kind of a neat store. And he bought the store from them, and they were getting to the age they didn't need it anymore. It was too much work.
Is there any particular reason he targeted it as a museum? Was it significant in any way historically?
Well, his name was Lester Bayless, and that's where he's from. He still had family there. And he came back. He wanted to make a museum. He was proud of, he had done very well out in Hollywood. And he wanted to come, and he had, if you walked in there, he had costumes that were worn for Gone with the Wind in the 40s, and, from, all the movie sets. And it was pretty interesting, actually. He has just recently died.
Did your parents retire at the point that they sold the business?
That they what?
Did they retire when they sold the business?
Yeah, yes.
And at that point, who was managing the finance? Do you know who was managing the finance between your mother and your father?
Probably my mother. I can't tell you because they were living there and I was living in Atlanta then, so I don't know exactly what was going on at home. But yeah, I would imagine my mother. My father liked to go fishing. It's
and with your mother controlling the finances, did she pay for expenses of yours when you were growing up?
Yeah, when I was growing up until I got out of college.
When you went to college, did she pay for expenses for you then?
Paid tuition and living expenses. I did work during college for 2 or 3 years, but it wouldn't have paid for the tuition, maybe paid my living expenses.
And where did you go to college?
University of Memphis.
And did she pay your tuition for the entire time at Memphis?
No.
Did something happen?
Did something happen? No, I didn't have the money to pay my tuition.
Did your mother pay the tuition?
Oh, yeah.
And are you aware of whether your mother was paying your brother's tuition?
Yes.
How were you aware of that?
Because I was still in high school. He went to the University of Kentucky, paying out-of-state tuition. And something happened. And he either flunked out or got kicked out of school. And he continued to live up there in Lexington. And my mother was paying his, never knew until my aunt found out, who lives in Louisville, and told my mother, and then they made him come home.
And the aunt in Louisville, would that be Ida Santz you mentioned
Yes,
earlier?
yes.
From your observations, was it important to your parents for you and your brother to get an education?
Oh, yeah.
Was it also important to your parents for their grandchildren to get an
Oh,
education?
yes.
And who are your children?
My children, my oldest one is Alex, who's about 30, he's 33. And then I've got Todd, my middle one is 31, I think. I think he's 31, or he'll be 30. I'm sorry, I get too many kids. And then my daughter, who is 26, Abby.
And based on their ages, had they had much time to spend with your mother before she moved to Atlanta?
Before, we would go to see her. But I mean, it wouldn't be for long trips, maybe for a long weekend, at the most, maybe 3-4 days. But she was living in a different town, but she would come and visit, she would visit us too.
When she moved to Atlanta, did your family start spending more time with your mother?
Yes.
And how much time was she spending? How much time was your family spending with your mother?
Well, for me specifically, I went to see her almost every day because she didn't really know anybody here. My mother's wasn't the most aggressive socially and go out and meet people. And so I would go over almost every day to see her. And that's one reason we moved her from Belmont Village to a place closer, because it's a long, I don't have to tell you about congestion in Atlanta, but it was hard. Every day after work, I'd go over and see her. And on weekends, we'd spend a lot more time. She'd come over our house, usually on Fridays. We'd all go, she loved to go out to eat to the OK Cafe, whoever knows that. And she'd take us out almost every Friday to eat, sometimes more than once a week.
And when your mother moved to Atlanta, did she continue driving at all?
Yes.
Do you recall how many years she continued driving?
I'm guessing it was around 9 or 10 years.
So when would you put the end date of her driving herself?
Probably around 2009, somewhere around there. Her car got totaled, and fortunately she wasn't hurt, but we felt it was a good time to give up driving because I guess she was about 90 at that point. Something, no, not quite 90. I don't. She was late 80s at that point.
Do you recall who was at fault in the accident?
Well, I know who they gave the ticket to. My mother.
And after that, was she relying on you for travel?
Yes.
Did she use any other services for travel?
Well, they had a bus that would take them maybe to visit the High Museum or something like that. But as far as transportation for the drugstore, grocery store, whatever other needs, it was basically upon me. And sometimes my wife would do that too.
And what's your wife's name?
Cheryl.
And when you would take your mother around to these appointments, would she ever purchase your gas? Would she ever purchase your meal, anything like that?
As a matter of fact, she made me buy a new car. Because I had a Jeep and my mother didn't like the Jeep. And she says, you got to get a car and that I'm comfortable in. So basically, she bought me a car.
When you say she,
Most of it.
when you say she bought you a car, she paid for the car?
Yeah.
And did she also pay for the maintenance on that car?
I don't think so. I think most of it, I know maybe once or twice, maybe she did. I don't know. She was very generous and she didn't want to take anything and she didn't want me to be out of gas for driving around or maintenance on the car. So, she would always, offer to pay for certain things and very, very generous person.
And after she bought you this car, did you use the car to take her on any trips out of town?
Yes.
Do you recall taking her on a trip out of town to Panama City?
What Seagrove Beach?
Is that near Panama City?
Yeah, it's about 30 minutes away.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm being technical.
No, I don't know.
Do you recall what date range that occurred in?
Pardon me?
Do you recall what date range that occurred in?
My kids were all still. I don't. Maybe 2011, something like when we went to Seagrove. Well, we went down there a number of times, either there or Great Beach. So I can't remember, what year we went to Seagrove.
And when you say we went, would that be,
The whole family,
and who is the whole family?
my wife, my 3 kids, and my mother.
Was she able to go out on the beach?
Not, she didn't like the beach, frankly. She liked going to the mountains much better than the beach.
And did she continue to travel to the mountains?
Yeah.
You recall any date range of trips you took on that to the mountains with her?
Any specific trips? Well, we used to rent cabins up the mountain quite often. I mean, she wouldn't go every time with us, but she went a number of times.
And your mother died in July of 2015. Knowing that was her date of passing, do you recall if you were able to travel with her in the 6 months prior to that?
I really can't be sure about that. I really can't. I know that when she started going downhill, and this was only maybe a month before, we had to move her to another facility about a month before. So, I don't know. I can't tell you specifically when. I really can't. It's just too long ago.
And you mentioned earlier she started at Jewish Tower but moved to Belmont.
Belmont Village. That was in Sandy Springs.
What was the next place she moved after Belmont?
Atria on Lenox Road in Buckhead.
Was Atria the final place your mother lived?
No, the last month was in Brighton Gardens, just right down the street from Atria, as a matter of fact.
And again, for those of us unfamiliar, do Jewish Tower, Belmont Village, Atria, and Brighton Gardens, do they offer free accommodations?
Offer free accommodations?
How was she paying for her living expenses?
Writing a check, which I probably did, especially toward the latter part.
And these checks, were they sizable?
Yeah.
Do you recall how much they were for?
Well, I actually saw one. Do you have time for me to look real quick?
Within reason.
I can just tell you right off the bat, they were around 6,000. Some were a little more, around 6,200. And obviously, as the years went on, the price went up on the rent.
And Ms. Orlansky, if I could refer you to Plans Exhibit 1, that's the spreadsheet.
Oh, I got you.
Page 84 of that exhibit. Would you please turn to there?
84.
This is a check to Ventas AOC Operating Holding.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Is this a check to one of the facilities?
Yeah.
And were your mother's expenses covered by any kind of insurance?
No.
So everything was paid for out of pocket? And for her medical expenses, was she on Medicare or anything that helped?
She was on Medicare.
And was, you mentioned you have 3 children earlier. Did your mother direct you to pay for their tuition and expenses related to their educations? And starting with the eldest, Alex Orlansky, where did he go to school?
Undergraduate, he went to Tulane.
Did he receive any scholarships of any significance to Tulane?
Yes.
Do you recall what the end result of the tuition was after the scholarships?
He had a half scholarship, and I'm thinking it paid around 22, 23. So I'm guessing it was, double that, probably around 50 to 60,000. Probably by the time he graduated, it gotten higher.
And just to be clear, did your mother direct you to help pay for that? With
Yes.
her funds?
As a matter of fact, my mother helped decide where he went to school.
Did she indicate why she wanted him to go to Tulane?
We had a lot of friends where we lived that went to Tulane. And she thought it was a better school. I don't know. And it's a smaller school than Georgia or Georgia State, and wanted him to have a little bit more smaller teacher to student ratio than going to these big schools where you have 300 people in freshman classes.
And your second child, Todd, where did he go to school?
Georgia College, which is in Milledgeville.
And did your mother assist you to pay for some of his expenses?
Yes.
Did Todd or Alex attend any private schools below college, any college preparatory or lower schools that require tuition?
Yeah, Todd went for 2 years, his freshman and sophomore year to Raymond Gap School, which is up in North Georgia, just below the North Carolina line. He went there for his freshman and sophomore years.
And did your mother direct you to make payments to help assist with those expenses?
Yes, I couldn't have paid for that. That was, like 35,000 a year. And, it was a boarding school.
And do you recall what year your daughter Abby went to college?
I'm thinking, let me think about it. Probably around 2013 or 2014, somewhere in there.
Where did she go to college?
University of Georgia.
Did your mother direct you to assist with any of her tuition board?
Yes.
Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to refer you to Plaintiff Exhibit 2. This is the Bank of America documents. When your mother was living in Jewish Village, do you recall if they provided groceries, meals, anything like that?
No.
Do you recall how your mother would get her groceries?
Yes. She'd either go to the grocery store on her own, or I would go and help her buy it at the Publix, was maybe a mile away.
And how were these groceries paid for when you would go?
Usually with a credit card.
And if your mother needed any clothing or any personal items, how would she get those when she was at Jewish Tyler?
Well, if there's someplace she had to go, I would take her. If she didn't want to go and I was just picking up some items, I'd pay for it and she just reimbursed me. That's all.
With Belmont Village, did they provide any groceries, meals, anything like that?
They provided dinner, was included in the rent, but obviously you paid for it because the price went up.
And did your mother still need groceries and other items? When she was
Yeah,
living
because,
with
for breakfast, lunch, yes.
and would you also get her, purchase her groceries when
Yes,
she was there?
yes.
And just to shorten my questioning with Atria Brighton Gardens, was that the same situation? If she needed groceries, you would get the groceries?
Yes.
She would pay for the groceries?
Yes.
During this time, was anyone else buying her groceries and bringing them to her?
I don't think so.
Was
Unless my wife decide, I couldn't do it and, she could, maybe she'd go over and take her, but it was very rare that happened.
Do you recall if any of these places your mother was staying, Jewish Village, Belmont Village, Atria, Brighton Gardens, if they had an on-site pharmacy?
No, neither one.
So if your mother needed prescriptions, how would she get those?
She'd either, when she was still driving, she'd go over and get it, or once she didn't have a car, I'd have to drive to CVS and pick it up.
And when your mother moved into these facilities, did she cease eating out, eating at restaurants?
No, that was her pastime, favorite pastime.
And did she do that on her own?
No, she'd always go out with us. It was like Fridays. I think I mentioned before, almost every Friday, we'd go out to eat. And sometimes one other time during the week, she loved going out to eat. So, and we liked eating too. So we went with her.
And do you recall making any trips to the General Muir with your mother?
Yes.
Do you recall making any trips to Roasters with your mother?
A lot.
What kind of restaurant is Roasters?
It's a meat and three type restaurant. It was right next to Atria, which was the second assisted living. So it was, you drive 2 minutes and you're at the place.
But those were not the only restaurants you would go to.
No.
Did your mom drink alcoholic beverages?
She didn't drink a lot, but at special occasions, we would have wine. She would drink, she wasn't she'd have one glass of wine and that was it.
And how would she receive the wine?
How would she receive it?
How would she, would you purchase her the wine?
Yeah, because she didn't know anything about purchasing the wine, and I'd buy it. Most of the time it was when she came over our house to eat because we drank wine, and so she would have some.
But your mother was not going into package stores by herself?
No.
And other than the trips with your family to Seagrove Beach in that area and the trips to the mountains, did your mother travel to see any other friends? in her life?
Every once in a while, she'd go up to see her family in Louisville, Kentucky.
Did she also have any friends in Virginia?
One that moved up there. Yeah.
Did your mother make a trip to visit her?
Once. Yeah.
And how did she make that trip?
Flew.
So even after moving to Atlanta and moving into this facility, she was still able to fly?
Oh, yeah.
Did she fly alone?
No.
And Mr. Orlansky, before we broke for lunch, you were asked about accounting documents, the law 5 together with this exhibit J4. Did you personally prepare, or I'll let you flip to it.
Pardon me.
Do you have J4 in front of you?
Not yet. You just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Got it.
Did you personally prepare this accounting on your own without any assistance?
Did I prepare this alone? Is what you're asking?
Yes.
No.
Did you engage legal counsel to assist you in preparing that accounting?
Yes.
And was it my office that assisted you with that accounting? Do you feel that you're capable on your own of preparing your own accounting of a trust?
No.
And did you work with my office on preparing that trust?
Yes.
And in doing so, did you review Edward Jones' account statements for the years in question?
You're talking about from 2015 to 21?
That's correct.
Yes.
Without the Edward Jones account statements, could you have remembered all of these different transactions? Even with the Edward Jones account statements, do you have the ability to remember everything that happened with the trust?
No.
Okay, trust account with Edward Jones. And the trust account with Edward Jones, is that the only asset of the trust?
Yes. Other than 10% in Orlansky investments.
So the Edward Jones account with the trust, it is a financial account,
Yes,
but it is only part of the trust.
right.
And the trust holds a percentage in Orlansky Investments LP, the family partnership.
That's correct.
And I'm sorry if I didn't hear that, but what percentage was that?
10%.
Does the trust also hold any personal property that your mother had when she passed, like jewelry, odds and ends, anything like that?
The only thing is one ring.
And can you describe that ring?
Yeah, it's a diamond ring that actually we took it and had it appraised. It's approximately, it's a European, it's kind of an old cut, which a lot of people don't want anymore, that round look. It's, I don't know, it's about 3.5 carats, something like that. And it's got a crack in it, which I didn't know.
You mentioned there was an appraisal. Do you recall what the ring appraised for?
12,000.
And do you have any way of assessing the trust interest in the partnership, the value of it?
The trust value in the partnership?
If I could rephrase that less awkwardly, let me try. Do you have any way of assessing the value of the trust interest in the partnership? The
No.
trust. Do you believe it is of some value?
Yes.
Mr. Orlansky, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Deutsch, do you have any whatever we would call it here, cross, direct, any other questions for this witness at this time?
I have a couple of quick questions.
May I ask, Your Honor, may I go to the restroom real quick?
You sure can. If anyone on the jury needs a 3-minute or less break by going into there, great. But if you're going back, because it was going to be 10 minutes, we will have an afternoon break. This is just, this witness needed a restroom break. Treat yourself to the same. Otherwise, you can stand, be at ease. But I don't want this to turn into a big 15-minute-er. It will soon be. Yeah, there are two back there, but that's not going to accommodate.
Are there some other ones somewhere?
Out in the hallway, you're welcome to do that. Just don't interact. Well, you would be in a different restroom. Don't interact with Mr. Orlansky. I think that the ones on this floor are all open, aren't they? They're refurbishing them. Yeah.
It's a network.
Your Honor, do you mind if I look at the exhibits? Just to
Yeah,
make sure everything's out there? I'll just-
Not a problem. Now you just need to go corral all the jurors. Deputy Gordon, can you see if folks there are able to come on back? Thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're not ready yet. You're good. You got 3 still wandering around. Do we have folks back there? I think one juror went that way. Okay, we've got 1 and 1. Okay. Thank you, Deputy. All right, Mr. Deutsch, you have a few questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Orlansky, if you could, let me ask you this. As agent under the power of attorney that you talked about earlier for your mother, did you ever provide your brother Melvin an accounting of what you did as her agent?
Not that I remember.
Are you aware that if under the terms of your mother's power of attorney, if your mom was to be incompetent, that you were to provide Melvin with a copy of an accounting. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that when your mother passes away, that you have a duty under the terms of the power of attorney to make an accounting to the executor of the estate as to what assets you had in your hands due under the power of attorney?
I was the executor of the estate.
Did you make a report to yourself in a different role as executor as to what assets you had?
No, I did not.
What assets did you have when your mom died in her name? Not the trust.
In the estate.
Yes.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Do you have any documents that show that the ring was transferred into the trust?
No.
Do you have any documents to show that your mother's interest in the partnership were transferred into the trust?
I don't remember. I really don't.
I'll have your honor.
Anything else at this time, Mr. Woodrum?
Very brief to just address those couple of questions there. Mr. Orlansky, would you please turn to the Exhibit J2, Family Trust of Libby Goldberg Orlansky. I got it. And for that document, does it, for the last page of that document, does it provide an exhibit?
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, our court's indulgence just a moment. I think that might be missing page
Which exhibit number are we talking about?
J2.
The trust. How many of those do you go through a day? This is the view. Me neither.
This is scheduled. That's the last page. You have a J4 in front of you, Ms. Orleans?
Yes. Well, you want a J4 one or just J4?
This J.
Okay.
And Your Honor, my apologies. I know this is something we should have looked at earlier. Your Honor, to make sure that we're all on the same page, I believe opposing counsel has agreed for me to provide him our copy of J4, which appears to have several more attachments to it.
Okay. So the J4 that was tendered may have been a slightly inadvertently a slightly incomplete copy.
That's correct, John.
Okay, great.
We don't-
As long as when it goes out with the jury, if it goes out with the jury, it's the whole thing.
Correct.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Woodrum.
Mr. Orlansky, I'm handing you
is marked as exhibit J4. And this is page 15 and 44 of that exhibit.
Would you please read that provision of the trust?
Yeah, scheduled to the family trust of all my tangible personal property, including but not limited to my household furnishings, clothing, jewelry, collectibles, and personal effects, including any such property acquired by me after the effective date of this trust, except for those items of tangible personal property, the title to which are evidenced by a certificate of title, such as automobiles, boats, airplanes, and the like.
And is it your understanding those are the items that went into your mother's trust?
Right.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is your turn. If you have any questions for Herb Orlansky, write them down now. If you've already written them down, sort of hold your hand up and Deputy Gordon will collect those. I'll review them with the lawyers and then we'll see what else we're going to ask Herb Orlansky. Oh, and please write on one side of the card. In the future, you may have stuck to one side, but these are going to become part of the court record and that way they don't have to photocopy things. You can put more than one question per card, just one side of the card. And if, like me, you have bad handwriting, write slowly. But maybe not as slowly as you're writing right now. I'm kidding. That'd be a good question. All right, counsel, we're going to be right outside. Don't leave, but you can be at ease. You should be able to pull that door open. It's supposed to be secure. Nope. Grab this door.
I was just watching how I was trying. I wish. That moments.
No.
Small I was right there, and it was no big deal. Then we and luckily, Jeff. She said, relax. And margarita. Yeah. Yeah, my I was done here. I got a tea, no, whatever. Something that was on, or did it work? Maybe ever did. The rest of the, yeah. So, and actually 7 years. That's why I came today, it's the first time. Yeah. Chicago 15. Lots. Can you see? So lots of people. Yeah. So we try those. Yeah. I don't have any money, so it doesn't matter. But for people who have questions, then says that.
All right, if you all could take a seat, please. Herb Orlansky, can you explain to the jurors why you, seems like fairly routinely, would pay an expense that you felt was an expense of your mother's out of your personal funds, and then only later reimburse yourself from an account to which you also had access? Does that question make sense? You've explained in some of your answers that, oh, a lot of these checks to me from whether it was Edward Jones or Wells Fargo, I'm paying myself back. You were able to make those payments from the trust account, your mother's account, to you why not use those accounts in the first place to pay the doctor's bill or whatever was being paid? Is that a better way of asking it?
Basically, a lot of times I didn't have a checkbook. I was paying my mother's accounts after I went to work or came from work. And I would just pay it out of my account. And then later I would reimburse myself or, she would reimburse me. Wouldn't be necessarily the same day. It could be a week later, it could be a month later, but it's just, we kept a loose accounting. And my mother would always ask me, have you paid for anything? And then, yes, I would write a check. The reason I would write out of my account, I just had my checkbook handy. I had it at my house and did not have necessarily access to the checking account until I went over her house.
So a lot of the checks that you or transfers that you made to you from the trust account are in round numbers, 1,000, 2,000. Why are they round as opposed to if the medical bill was $894.12?
I just did not remember a lot of times exactly what it was, and I rounded off usually, within 20 cents, 30 cents. I just rounded it off because it was too hard to keep up with dollars and cents. So it was easy for me just to, if I spent $506 to write a check for $500, if I spent it for $590, I would write it for $600. I mean, I realize I'm $10 there, but there were times when I would lose, but it was all would have been fairly close by the time it was averaged out in the end.
You've shared with the jury what you think lots of those checks were for, medical expenses or whatnot. Is there somewhere in the records you've been looking at or that records you could provide that would show, well, that's medical expenses, this is living expenses, or how do you back that up besides you saying it, which is one way to back it up?
Yeah. Well, it actually says, it mentions the dental cost, and it was just that they weren't labeled. I'm, again, not the best accounting person, and I just didn't label everything, and probably should have, looking in hindsight, but I didn't. I was looking for a fast way to go ahead and do it. I had 3 kids. I worked full time. I kind of loosely paid myself back and did not keep exact amounts, whether it was in 10 cents, I would just round it off.
Did you testify that the trust funds were used in part to pay college expenses for your kids?
In part.
Okay. Do you know if trust funds were used to pay college expenses for your brother Melvin's kids?
Trust funds? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think they were in college at that time.
Younger or older?
They were older.
Okay, so there wouldn't have been college expenses for Melvin's kids at the time the trust existed.
They had paid for those back in the 1990s, and
and your parents may have helped with that. It's not trust related.
I know they helped with it. Yes.
Okay. Do you know why? Oh no, that's not. The trust listed lump sum amounts to go to 2 of your kids?
Correct.
Was that in the original trust, or was that something that was an amendment to add 2 of your kids to that trust?
I think that was in the original trust.
Okay. Were you at any point supposed to be routinely reporting to your brother anything about the status of the estate or the trust?
Not to my knowledge.
What does it mean to have a loan from the trust? Did you talk about that at all? Getting a loan from?
Briefly, they asked me about it. The loan was just basically, on a brokerage account, you can borrow against your assets. So it's a margin. it's a margin account. So you're just taking a loan and then, most of it, was all paid back by the end of the month. I pay it back either by depositing a check or either the cash account would pay it back from the margin, from the brokerage account.
What kinds of things were you getting loans from the trust for?
My daughter, Abby, who is now in graduate school, to help pay her.
Okay. The real estate arrangement you have with your brother, is that a trust or a limited partnership?
A limited partnership.
Okay. And you and he both have a 45% stake in that.
Correct.
And that last 10% is in the trust.
Right.
So if you and your brother have an even share, it's not 50-50 because there's that 10%, it's 45-45. If you have an even share in the limited partnership, why does the value of the limited partnership affect your ability to distribute to your brother his share of the trust account? Because there's the liquid part of the trust account, whatever's in the Edward James account. And then there's this illiquid, it's real estate. You've talked about, I don't have keys to a building and whatnot. But if that's 50-50, why, if that's worth $1 million, $100 million, or a nickel, it's 50-50. You're going to get 45% of it. Your brother will get 45% of it. Why does the value of that have anything to do with what your brother should be getting from the liquid part of the trust? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So
my brother has treated the partnership as his personal possession for years. As I mentioned before, I finally, with the court's help, was able to go down, and he was supposed to have keys for all the property that I could see. So I could see. The only keys I had was for the
stop.
I hate to object, but he mentioned from the court's help, there's been no court order regarding the partnership.
I don't think it's court here. His testimony earlier, I don't think it involves,
Or anyone.
well, you don't get to testify, you get to ask him questions. Keep going.
Okay. So the property had deteriorated. He still has all his personal possessions in this house. It's been sitting there empty since 1996, and it has deteriorated to almost a tear down, in my opinion. We've got floors with holes in it, ceilings with holes in it, mattresses in the living room. I could go on and on and on, and you'll see this later. But he has basically just devalued the whole property. I talked to a couple of renters. They haven't seen him, and one hasn't seen him in a year. He's been asking about getting the place fixed up. He had ceilings falling down in the back.
So I'm gonna cut you off a little bit because it sounds like there may be discussion of this when Mr. Woodrum is putting on some evidence in connection with the counterclaims. Assume all that is true for a moment. Why does that make it, you have 45% stake in all that you just described, bad, good, ugly, falling them down, dilapidated. Why does that affect your ability to divvy up what remains on the liquid part?
Well, because we had no value on the property. We had no idea. We have not received, at least I haven't received a statement on that property in probably since 2002, and don't know what's there. I don't know. How can you divide something if you don't know the value of it? If you want to liquidate it, you cannot divide it. And he locked me out of the property.
Okay, now you're getting back to where you were. Understood. Mr. Deutsch, do you have any follow-up based on these questions and not other topics you might be interested in?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Orlansky stated earlier that there were payments made on the loans back to the trust from you.
Right.
Can you point out where those are in your accounting on J4? have it pulled up on the screen if that helps you.
No, that's fine.
Loan activity.
Now, again, I'm not sure what all of these were. 10/12/2018. There was a $6,000 credit.
That listed on the loan activity that's up on the screen?
No, it's not on the screen.
2018.
Well, I'm just looking at the loan activity summary. I don't see a credit, 10,000. Is that the 7/11/2018 you're saying?
Is that the one I was saying?
Well, yeah, well, it's 8/30, 7/11/2018.
So there's a $10,000 credit. Is that the only one?
No.
Paid back?
No, there was a couple of others, but I just haven't gone through them all yet.
Oh, it's right there in front of you. It should be listed on there.
Okay.
Well, this is not the whole, the whole accounting on
Nah,
that
it's-
screen.
But it's the loan activity. I would assume that it would have been covered under the loan activity.
Where does it start? What page does it start on?
It's the one right, it's on the screen. It's the third to last page.
All right.
Edward Jones loan activity.
I see. I see the 10,000
Right.
and actually, well, that's the same one. I only see the 10,000 on this accounting here.
And if you turn to the bottom says 76,785. That's what, according to your accounting, is what you owed because of these, owed to the trust because of these loans, or the amounts that were attributed to your share, I should say.
Well, yeah, that 10,000 is the only one I see on this, unless they were just deposited in a checking account or whatever, but I don't think so. I think that's
What checking account would they then deposit?
Wells Fargo.
So did the Wells Fargo, after your mother's death, you still had a Wells Fargo account in the name of the trust?
Well, we closed it out right after
I don't
that.
see it in your accounting anymore.
What, the Wells Fargo?
Yes, in the trust accounting.
I don't know what to tell you on that.
You had stated earlier that there was, a court had ordered Melvin to give you access to the property. Which court
Well, I
ordered
don't,
Melvin?
I don't know if it was court. My attorney had requested and then I think threatened to go to the court if the keys were not there, because Melvin was not giving you the keys or leaving the keys for me to have. So that, I think that's what it was.
Your attorney asked if you could get access in the last month, correct?
Yes.
Melvin, through his attorneys, gave you access, didn't he?
Yeah, just last week, we had asked about 3 weeks ago.
And your attorney had never asked for that access during all this litigation, had he?
I'm not sure.
Further questions on it?
Mr. Woodrum, do you have any follow-up based on the juror questions?
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Exhibit D12. Do you recognize this as the account you provided to probate for Fulton County?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've moved to tender Exhibit D12.
Any objection to D12?
Your Honor, I would object as to the relevance of the estate assets. We're not talking about estate assets here today. We're talking about a trust.
What's the, I understand what D12 is. I don't know what's in it, but what's the relevance of D12?
Your Honor, there was questions asked about the Wells Fargo account and the property that was in his possession. And without going into it in the presence of the jury, page 2 succinctly lays out what he reported to the probate court.
Okay, I think it's appropriate to make D12 at a minimum part of the record. Whether it goes back with the jury, we can discuss later. I'll admit it.
And Mr. Orlansky, if you could turn to page 2. Do you recall what you relayed, what you reported to the probate court as the assets of your mother's estate regarding personal property when you reported in April 2019?
Do you want me to read it?
Do y'all have an objection?
I don't have an objection, Your Honor.
So if you're going to read it, how long is it?
Oh, it's 4 lines.
4 lines. All right, just read slowly.
As noted above, prior to her passing, Mrs. Orlansky transferred substantially all of her assets into her trust. These transfers resulted in Mrs. Orlansky holding no personal property at the time of her passing. Her personal property was instead held by her trust and managed by the trustee of her trust, Mr. Orlansky.
And what did you report to the court were the status of her financial accounts after her passing?
At the time of Mrs. Orlansky's passing, she held 3 accounts at Wells Fargo. The accounts consisted of a checking account, a savings account, and an IRA. Upon Mrs. Orlansky's passing, these accounts transferred by operation of law and contract outside of probate to Mr. Orlansky, as he was the joint account holder and payable and death beneficiary of the accounts. These accounts never enter the estate and are not subject to the claims of any creditors.
And you were asked about the Edward Jones account. You were asked about the loan situation with the Edward Jones account earlier. Is the Edward Jones account a brokerage account?
Yes.
So it is not a pure cash holding account.
No.
Does the value go up and down?
Yes.
And does the amount of cash the account holds go up and down?
Yes.
So if you were to pull out money from the account and there is not cash there, would it be registered as a loan
Yes.
from the account?
Yes.
And there was also a question, I believe, about Mr. Orlansky reporting, Herb Orlansky reporting to Melvin Orlansky under the durable power of attorney. If I could refer you to D11, the power of attorney, and the bottom of the second page. The last paragraph reads, my attorney in fact shall keep full and accurate records of all transactions for me as my agent and of all my property and the disposition thereof, and shall render to me, if competent, or to my nearest living relative, if I shall be incompetent or incapacitated, at least annually inventories and accounts of all transactions of my attorney in fact done in my behalf. You were asked if you owed an accounting, if you owed a report to Melvin under the power of attorney. Was your mother ever declared incompetent?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Herb Orlansky, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
One quick question just to clarify.
So none of either of your questions is ever quick, but you can ask one question.
Thank you. When you stated in the accounting that you filed with probate court that those joint accounts at your mother's death went to Mr. Orlansky, that's you, correct?
Probably, yes.
That's all I have.
Pretty quick. All right. Leave, unless something is yours, leave everything up there.
Okay.
All right. And the lawyers are going to figure out what to do with all that. Thank you. Mr. Deutsch, your next witness.
Mr. Pearman will take the next one.
Mr. Pearman, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to tell us who it is?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Melvin Orlansky.
All right. Now, before you come up, Melvin Orlansky, there's 9,000 documents spread out on the table right now. Are you going to be using those with Melvin so we can leave them as is, or what should we do?
We're going to use one document with Melvin, Your Honor. We're going to put it on the screen. It's going to be J4.
Which is already in evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, Mr. Deutsch, if you don't mind, just sort of getting that stuff, this is in a pile so that your client has a little room to navigate up there. Thank you.
I have another document that I'm going to tender with him, but we'll have to get that cleaned up. That's
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
It's really nice.
The chair's heavy and it doesn't have wheels, so you don't roll off. So you got to really heave it. Thank you. So if you'd state your name, spelling your first name for the record.
Melvin Orlansky, MELVIN ORLANSKY.
All right, you spelled both. Your voice is quiet, so I need you to be closer to the microphone so we can all hear you. And you can bend the microphone stock so it's closer, but it will do a great job of projecting you if you get close to it. Okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Melvin. You are Melvin Orlansky, as you just said.
I am.
All right, make sure we into the mic so everybody can hear you. All right. Melvin, who is your brother?
Herbie Orlansky.
All right. You say it's Herbie. Is he Irving
Irvin
Orlansky?
Herbert, right.
All right. And your mother was Liddy Orlansky?
Correct.
Okay. And your mother did pass away in 2015.
Correct.
What month did 2015?
July 9th, 2015.
All right. And where do you live currently?
Memphis, Tennessee.
And we've heard a lot today about your mom and about sort of the history, so I'm going to be sort of an overview on this. Your mom moved to Atlanta in 1999, is that correct?
I think so. Yes, sir.
Remember, you got to speak up.
Okay.
And can you tell the jury an overview of what your impression of her health was, her mental and physical health from 2011 up until her death in 2015?
Okay. She was having trouble before 2011 because my brother Herbie, I'm hoarse. That's part of it.
Do you have water? Do you need a little water up there? Would that help?
Maybe, I don't know.
Give us a continuing on, right?
Pardon?
I'm the approach.
Sure. Especially with water.
Excuse me. No.
And Melvin, before you continue, don't put your hand on the mic. That's where you can put it down here, just not there.
I think I said she was having trouble before 2011 because in 2009, my brother Herbie told me that he was writing checks for her. He had to pay her rent for her at the Jewish Tower because she couldn't get it straight with the writing the check amount. And so the management told him that it wasn't right. So he started writing her rent checks. So that was in 2009. And as we move on, we had a sitter that sat with her in the daytime, Monday through Friday in 2009. And I thought she was doing okay. And I found out after visiting a couple of times, the sitter told me that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll rephrase and redirect it. Melvin, don't tell me what somebody else told you, just what you heard, okay?
Okay.
Let's just narrow this down. So in, let's say the 2009 timeframe, was your mom exhibiting any signs of forgetfulness?
Yes, she was.
What sort of signs of forgetfulness was she exhibiting?
She forgets to take her medicine. We label the bottles, had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all the days of the week on them so she could remember, but she wouldn't remember what day it was, so that didn't work. So that was one example of we need to do something more than independent living.
All right. And at some point, she did then move from an independent living facility into a more accommodative assisted living facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that facility and when did that happen?
Belmont, January 31st, 2010.
And she lived in Belmont for how long?
About a year and a half.
And during this time frame, you were living in Memphis, is that correct?
Correct.
How often would you see your mom physically during this time frame?
No certain time, 4 or 5 times a year.
You would come to Atlanta?
Right, I came here.
And did you notice that she was having progressively more severe cognitive or memory problems during your visits?
Right, I did.
You did?
I noticed it, yes.
Did you become aware, or when did you become aware that your brother Herb was assisting your mother with getting her bills paid, with her finances and those sorts of things?
He told me himself in 2009, like June of 2009, that he was paying her rent, like I was telling you, and she couldn't get the check straight. So that's when I first heard about it.
Okay. Were you aware of him exerting any more control over her finances, rather other than just writing the check for the rent?
No, I don't think I knew any more.
During this time frame in your mom's life, from let's say 2011 until her passing, did she travel from her home, to your knowledge, here in Atlanta?
No.
I mean, did she go to Louisville during from 2011 to 2015, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Did she go to the beach at all during that time frame?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did your mother make a trip to South America in 2013?
No, sir.
Now, Melvin, we're going to move into sort of the history of the trust here. As we've discussed, you confirmed that your mom had a trust, and who was the initial trustee of that trust?
My mother.
And to your knowledge, your brother Herb became the trustee at some point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. When do you believe he became trustee?
2011,
And why do you believe that?
because he was paying the bills, doing all our finances and all that. And so, she didn't seem able to do any of this.
Now, and at the time, from 2011 to 2015, were you aware that there was a trust?
No,
So you didn't know there was a trust.
never heard the word there. No, sir.
When did you first become aware that there was a trust?
Well, mother died July 9, 2015. And the conversation I had with my brother a few times after that was she had some outstanding bills that he had to take care of, like a podiatrist bill that he didn't want to pay because he didn't authorize it, a hospital bill that they said she owed, and he was going to take care of it or whatever, negotiate with them or whatever. And then February of 2016, my accountant asked me, how does the will read? He was getting the K-1s ready for the partnership for the taxes for the 2015. So I said, I don't know. So I called my brother. I said, Herbie, I called him on February the 6th, 2016. And I said, Herbie, how does the will read? He said, it's half and half, 50% you, 50% me. I said, well, how much money is in the account? He said, $880,000. And that was it. And he said, why, who wants to know about this state? I said, well, my CPA. He said, don't tell anybody anything. He got mad because I was asking these questions.
During that conversation, did he ever tell you that in addition to your mother's estate, there was also a trust
No.
established by your mother?
No, sir.
After that conversation in February of 2016, did you ask Herb again for more information about either the estate or just any of the funds your mother owned or had control of when she passed away?
Right. In 2016, there's a ring involved, and my daughter was promised the ring from my mother, her grandmother. And I asked Herbie about it because Allison, my daughter, kept asking me, Daddy, have you heard from the ring? I said, no. She said, you better ask him about it because Bubby, they called her Bubby, she promised the ring. So I called Herbie and he said, he's holding my safe. I said, well, call me back, let me know. And he called me back. I mean, he didn't call me back. I had to call him. He never called me. And I called him back. He said, I can't find it. It's missing. I called him 3 or 4 times and he got mad finally and just cut me off like, what can I do? I can't find it, Melvin. So that was that. Then in 2017, I saw him at a funeral, family funeral. And I asked him about the state. He said, I got a lawyer working on it. And I said, well, give me his name and number and I'll call him and see how long it's going to take to get something going. He said, I'm not going to give you the name and number. You'll worry him to death. So he didn't give it to me. And then I knew something was getting not too good. In the end of 2017, December 21st, in fact, it was his birthday. I called him up and I asked him, Herbie, how's the state going? He said, well, I probated the will. I said, you did? He said, yeah, I don't have time to look for the docket number. I'm going out to eat for my birthday. And I said, you probated? He said, yeah, I ain't got time to talk.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt there. All right. So that was in December of 2017 when you had that conversation with her.
Right.
All right. After you heard the contents of that conversation, you need more water?
That's okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. After you had that conversation with her, did you investigate with the probate court of Fulton County about the status of your mother's estate?
I did.
And what was the result of that investigation?
I called by telephone and talked to the clerk's office, and they never heard of Libby Orlansky. So I thought, well, maybe I got the wrong clerk. So I called back the next day and got another clerk. Still no Libby Orlansky on file. So I knew then I had to have some help. Something was wrong. My daughter, I was talking to her and she said, Daddy, you need to get some legal help quick.
All right. So, Melvin, at that point, did you make a decision about whether or not you needed to hire professional help to assist you?
Right, I did.
Okay. And what did you do after you made that decision?
First week in January 2018, I called and got an attorney to take the case,
Okay. And who was that?
Chuck Hampton.
I'm gonna put remarks, Plaintiff's Exhibit 14 in front of you. I want you to review that, let me know when you're done reviewing it.
Yes, sir. I looked at it, sir.
Melvin, what does that document appear to be?
That's my attorney's fees.
And are these the fees that you've paid to Mr. Hampton?
Yes, sir.
Does this document include the fees that you've paid to Mr. Deutsch and myself?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does that include our prior law firm, McCurdy and Candler?
It does.
And does that include our current law firm, Harrison and Held?
I don't see the last one on here.
Did you not give them to him?
P14.
Yes, sir. This one does.
Is that just a different P14?
It's just a different P14. That's P14 right there. Mr. Orlansky, is that the same document but includes the Harrison and Held fees? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You've
Seen that document before?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does that reflect the fees that you've paid up until this week?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and tender P14.
Mr. Woodrum?
If I could take a quick look,
Since there's more than one P14, there's more than one trust.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object since this is their attorney's bill. I would ask for a copy.
Sure, I'm sure they'll get you one. P14 is admitted, and I'll ask the plaintiff's legal team to make sure Mr. Woodrum gets a copy of what is now the official P14.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, so Melvin, after you retained Mr. Hampton, did you ask him to investigate your mom's estate situation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. At some point, did you have a meeting? And when was that? When did you start working with Mr. Hampton?
January of 2018.
All right. And did you, via Mr. Hampton, did you request information about your mom's estate at that time?
Right.
All right. And to be clear, at that time, were you aware that your mom had a trust?
No.
So throughout 2018, did you receive any further information from your brother or his counsel?
Yes, in 2018, we got something in like March, 2 months later.
What did you receive at that time?
Mr. Woodrum called and told Mr. Hampton
Did you receive any additional documentary information?
Yeah, he gave us a copy of the will and told us there was a trust. Received the trust.
So that was the first time you learned that your mother had a trust.
First time.
All right. Sort of moving forward through 2018, did you have a meeting with yourself, Herb, Mr. Hampton, your prior counsel, and Mr. Woodrum?
In 2019, we had the meeting.
2019.
Uh-huh.
Where was that meeting at?
Chuck Hampton's office on Hammond Drive here in Atlanta.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Well, I think if I remember, Mr. Woodrum called it. And we agreed to have it to settle, I guess, the partnership. I don't know exactly why exactly. I can't remember, but it's May 6, 2019. And we four attended, and we talked about the trust. They brought a statement. Mr. Woodrum brought a statement, one sheet of paper from Edward Jones showing the balance of $419,000 left in the trust, or in the trust. And then we talked a little about the Orlansky investments, and Mr. Woodrum led a discussion. He said, I understand it's hard to sell anything in a small community.
Okay. But let's get back to the trust issue. So at that time, you received the document that said there was approximately $419,000 in the trust Edward Jones account.
Right.
All right. At the conclusion of that meeting, was there any agreement for you to accept any sort of payment?
The statement that Mr. Woodrum provided showed a minus withdrawals on there. And so he asked my brother, why you have withdrawals on this account? And my brother said, well, I used $40,000 plus change. He said, well, if you use $40,000, why didn't Melvin have $40,000?
All right, just to be clear, at that meeting, you were told that your brother had used $40,000 roughly from the trust. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so at the conclusion of that meeting, what was the resolution regarding that $40,000 plus dollars?
He was going to send me a check for that amount, same amount,
Okay, and do you know how much that check was for exactly?
$40,400.
Did you receive that check?
Yeah, 7-8 weeks later, I got it.
You deposited it, you've used it?
Yes, sir.
Was obviously, since we're here today, that meeting was not the end of your disagreement with your brother regarding the trust. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At some point, you decided to hire Mr. Deutsch and myself. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. When did you decide to do that and why?
I believe it's summer, not too long after that meeting, summer of 2019, because Mr. Hampton was just administrative, he said, and I needed a litigator, and he wasn't one. So he recommended y'all at McCurdy law office then. And so I called y'all and got y'all, I believe, July 2019.
Okay. And was hiring us, was that culminating towards a decision that you were going to have to make regarding this situation?
Yes.
Did you decide then to initiate litigation to sue her?
Right.
Okay. Why did you decide to sue her?
I wasn't going to get anything otherwise. He wasn't going to come across with anything. And so I couldn't get.
When you say you weren't going to get anything, can you expand on that? Weren't going to get anything from what?
From the trust. I got that was it. And we felt we had to go to court to get my part of the share.
After you decided to initiate litigation and to sue her, did he ever voluntarily provide you with any documents about the trust showing what assets the trust had, how much funds the trust held or anything? Did he ever voluntarily provide you any of that?
No, sir. I don't think so.
Did Herb, as trustee, did he ever distribute you any trust funds other than the $40,400
No.
from 2015 until today?
No, sir.
Now, kind of fast forwarding to where we're at today, Melvin. At some point, Herb was removed as trustee. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Do you know how that happened?
Yeah, this court, Judge Mcburney, removed him as trustee.
You know why the judge removed him as trustee?
because he didn't do his job to divide up the money, distribute the monies.
Did the court order Herb to provide an accounting about what he had done as trustee from 2015 up until last year?
Yes, sir. Judge Mcburney's court ordered that too.
And he provided that to you via Mr. Deutsch and myself, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
When did you get those documents?
I think it's May of this year.
Melvin, what's going to appear on your screen is a copy of is the exhibit that's already been admitted. It's in J4, it's the accounting. So. And specifically, I want to direct you to page 4, the bottom. You see item number 3 there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that that is accurate, that your brother has received $535,604.82 from the trust in various forms of payment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, you've received how much from the trust?
$40,400.
Okay. The first sentence there should be able to tell you, but Melvin, how much does Herb admit that he owes you, admit as a minimum that he owes you from the trust?
$495,204.82.
All right. Now, scrolling down a little bit, it says, what is the sentence here? It says, after satisfaction. Can you read that? After satisfaction of this, what does that say?
Oh, after satisfaction of this deficit to Mr. Melvin Orlansky, any additional assets of the trust shall be divided equally between Mr. Herb Orlansky and Mr. Melvin Orlansky, and the trust concluded.
Melvin, as you sit here today without this document, but are you aware of how much approximately is left in the trust account?
Yes, sir.
How much approximately is left in there?
Well, last thing we saw was $252,000.
Melvin, as you sit there today and testify, has Herb ever told you how he intends to repay you that $495,000 in change that he admits that he owes you from the trust?
No, sir, he is not.
He's never told you that.
No, sir.
That document says after satisfaction, it says of the deficit to Mr. Melvin Orlansky. Is that what it says right there?
Yes, sir.
So does that mean to you that after satisfaction of what he owes you, the additional trust assets will be divided equally? Is that what you take that to mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has Herb ever explained to you how, after satisfying the $495,000 at least that he owes you, he intends to equally divide the remaining trust assets when the trust currently has $252,000?
No, he hasn't explained that to me.
Melvin, was it an easy decision for you to decide to sue your brother?
No, sir. I didn't want to. I wanted us to solve the problem. And,
Was trying to solve the problem? Is that why you met with him at your prior lawyer's office with Mr. Woodrum?
yes, sir.
You wanted to solve the problem?
Right.
Melvin, has this lawsuit caused you any stress in your life?
Yeah, it has.
Can you explain to the jury what kind of stress this lawsuit has caused you?
Well, I don't sleep good at night. I think about it. My wife says, go to bed and forget about it. You know, it's hard to, it's easy said, and it stresses her because she sees me stressed. And she couldn't be here today. She was coming, but she broke her hand. And it's her right hand, and that's her main hand, and she can hardly walk. And with her hand bandaged up like that, she has no balance. It's got a cast on it all the way up.
So has this lawsuit caused additional stress, not only you, but to your wife and to the rest of your
Right.
Melvin, has Herb ever expressed to you any remorse about the way he has taken money and taken money and taken money from this trust to your detriment? Has he ever expressed any remorse to you?
No, sir.
Has he ever said, I'm sorry that I took almost the entire trust and gave you $40,000?
No, sir.
Has he ever expressed anything similar to that, not using dollar figures? Has he ever expressed any indication that he is contriteful, that he has remorse, or that he is sorry in any way?
No, sir.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum, before you go, I've got a question, Melvin Orlansky. Are you retired?
Yes, sir.
What did you, and this may have been covered, but I missed it. What did you used to do?
School administrator.
School administrator. All right. Always up in Tennessee, or did you move to Memphis later in life?
Well, I went to school there, and then I went to Arkansas to work. Am I supposed to be in here?
Yes.
Went to Arkansas.
Yeah, and you can talk to them. I'll be able to hear you.
Okay. I went to school at University of Memphis, and then my first job was in Arkansas. And then I moved back to Memphis later in life and school administrator in Arkansas and Tennessee. And
When you say school administrator, a high school, an elementary school?
I was both
Both.
at different times, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Woodrum.
Your Honor, if I could ask the court for a brief restroom break before I begin.
Okay, why don't we do our official afternoon break? It won't be as long as it would have been because you had this unofficial one and almost everyone disappeared for a while. So go with Deputy Gordon. Don't talk about the case, no outside research, and we'll get you back in here, hopefully 3:45, if we can corral you all. Please, thank you. Oh, by the clock up here, your watch may already say 3:45, so just do the math. That's 8-9 minutes. And if you don't like that, just resist Deputy Gordon when he says, come back in.
I didn't realize I was that hoarse.
It's all right, you're doing great. Just keep talking into the microphone.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right, we'll see everyone in a little bit.
And what time did you say we're coming back?
3:45.
And I don't know what happened with B14. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. And it's not controversial to me. I just want to make sure I have a copy. I tell you what, though, you guys are not feeling as aggressive as Chuck Hampton was. I just had to look back because I was thinking, I didn't speak with Chuck very much. And there's like a conversation on there that said we spoke for an hour, and then there's no way we spoke for an hour.
Yeah, I keep it pretty light and tight with bills. I some folks at the law firm that lots of lawyers get mad at me, but I'm like, I'm not gonna. You know, I'm not gonna drop a 0.3 on you if it's a 0.2. I'm just not. And like you were talking with Brian about the DAG's office, I mean, all I did was write briefs. And I mean, I was in court a lot on habeas, like constantly in court. But when you're not in court, you're writing all the time. So like, I can like, if I've got all the materials in front of me and I've got the basics of the argument I want to make, and I can knock out an appellate brief in 3 hours.
I'm sure after you did it.
That's not bragging. That's just, even you can train a dumb idiot to do anything quickly after a while.
And I'm sure if it's like some of the habeas pleadings I've seen come through federal court cases, it's the same argument over and over because they have a jailhouse court just spitting them out constantly.
Yeah, so the problem with that is that the courts relied on us to draft the final orders and draft all that stuff. The murder briefs are a little more difficult, those are always representative.
Money for you. Yeah. Yeah. She was even doing that. She was doing that. So that was after.
I guess if you're retired every day, Saturday.
Well,
45.
No, I said, what time do you have to get close? You know, like, say, how much?
Checks from 2000. Yeah, that's a CPA.
I'm not even.
That's my life. That's my life.
No, we haven't done that.
I mentioned my
Right, Mark?
We'll see.
Good job. I ain't got that much trouble.
This one. This one's in the kill lot.
So I said that. Yeah.
questions.
So you might need to call this.
And I told Alex.
Okay.
I told that, that she told you. I don't know if you're going to. Sure, looks too young to be retired.
She just, she's 66.
She must have the secrets of dietitian. Or is she a dietitian? Or is she?
Well, it's the same thing, dietitian, nutrition, something. She's starting, she's going to start on a practice, and what she's already done. She's going to be strictly on virtual nutrition.
I'll have to pick her mind. So not going to.
Well, no, she does good.
Is she vegan or vegetarian or?
Pretty much.
I mean, ever since Michael Daniel died, it just went downhill. Back then, I was on Peachtree, and I was gonna tell you yesterday, 9 years ago, in Peachtree, they gave me burgers. It wasn't like your situation where mom didn't go yet, or her go.
Yeah.
But, and Michael, like, played tennis, and he wanted me to play tennis with him all the time. So I had to add him out here a couple times, while I was separated, burger, and play tennis with him, which I was fine if ball was down here. All goes up in the air. And
Yeah, dizzy.
Disney doesn't even describe it. It's just like a spinning sky.
It was, you know, it was a lot of surgeries and pain. That was the worst. Because they had no control.
So I come in.
She was really nice to watch. And then she made it this morning. I said, don't come. That's ridiculous.
She's the one who wanted to say it there.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you something.
We run the sold on Italian brand is kind of used to market. That I mean, in that. Try to read the reviews on that.
Well, I mean, Wolf in fucking yeah, it's, I told you that. That's the only industry. And I just wanted to give it money.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah, it's good. It's super cool.
Double
I forgot to take my name.
That was our big thing.
You used to.
Folks said it. We prefer.
Yeah.
To cook it.
Well, I do too. I mean, Cheryl does that. I mean, if I'm going to be used to that. Otherwise, it's turkey burgers with salmon.
My sister, one of my sisters is vegetarian. The other one, she'll only eat turkey, chicken, white meats.
I'm so tired of seeing chicken. And so,
She married somebody older than her. My sister is, she'll be 34 in 3 weeks. She married somebody who's 49. They had their first child back in the 80s. So you can probably students feel based on your experience. But he, all he and his older kids eat are like ground beef and tacos and stuff. 4 or 5 days a week. Yeah, she tries.
1221, 96.
Ready, Mr. Deutsch?
Ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see if they're ready.
Just making sure that.
This was trust sections. Next day.
All right, adjourned.
You all can sit when you come in. We stand for you. So the jurors come in and then we're all waiting like, hey, they're not sitting yet. And it's this awkward, like, who's going to sit first? Jurors come in and sit. And then once I get the magic word, although you fill the whole box so I can tell, but say it anyway. Excellent. Everyone's here. Please be seated. I can't remember if I mentioned this, and you won't have another break today unless something traumatic happens. When you're on break, you're free to fan out down that hallway as well if you want to make a phone call or just want to get away from each other. As long as you aren't banging on doors, there's 2 other judges' chambers down there, and they'll come find me if you make a racket. But there's nothing wrong with going and looking out that window or just sort of quietly being in that hallway if you want extra space. So for Monday, you'll be able to do that. All right, Melvin Orlansky, you remain under oath. Mr. Woodrum has some questions for you. Remember to be up close and personal with a microphone, okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Orlansky.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Orlansky, do you recall us having a virtual deposition about 1.5 years ago?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you recall me asking you, me performing that deposition of you?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked a question by me during that deposition. You know, it was how often you would see your mother. Do you remember what answer you gave me at that time?
No, I don't remember what answer.
Your Honor, I'm not clearing this. I'm just providing it to the witness.
Sure.
Mr. Orlansky, would you please take a look at this document and tell me if that refreshes your recollection on your answer at that time?
Yes, sir.
And what was your answer?
Well, I went maybe 3 or 4 times a year, and the kids went maybe twice a year.
In what time range, excuse me, when your mother moved to Atlanta, was that consistent for the whole time frame?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
When your mother moved to Atlanta, were you consistently seeing her only 2 or 3 times a year?
I think I said 3 or 4 times a year.
And you're correct on that. Is that all you were seeing her each year?
Well, sometimes I went a 5th time, depending on the 6th. I mean, if she was ill or something, but I was working then.
So when you mentioned that she was not traveling at all from 2011 to 2015, how do you know that?
Well, first thing, I'd call her very often. And when I called her, she was all there. She was home. She never told me about she went on a trip. Except one time she went to the mountains with my brother. He coaxed her to go to the mountains, and she didn't want to go. And he had to bring her back the next morning because she was cold. It was a Thanksgiving weekend. But I don't know of any time that she went on a trip with him or anybody. The last time she came to Memphis was in 2010.
So is your position that she did not travel, the fact that when you called on the phone, she answered?
Usually she would answer, yes. Sometimes she wouldn't. She had a cell phone and she wasn't good at using the cell phone.
But did you monitor her movements in any other way to make sure she was not traveling?
No, I didn't monitor.
So you do not know if she made a trip to the Seagrove Beach area with your brother's family on an annual basis?
No,
And you do not know if she went and visited Virginia to see one of her friends?
no, but I doubt it.
And you mentioned earlier that you did not find out about the existence of the trust until 2019. Is that correct?
No, sir, I didn't say that, sir.
Then you did not say that?
Right.
What did you say then?
2018, you told us about the trust in your phone conversation with Mr. Hampton.
Okay. If you did not know about the trust until 2018, why do you believe that Herb became the trustee in 2011?
Why do I think he became the trustee in 2011?
That's my question.
Okay. Well, he was doing a lot of stuff for financing and going to the homes, and he was paying the bills. And Mama wasn't able to do, I could tell she wasn't able to do things like that. So he was making decisions. He was moving her. He moved her from Belmont to Atria. And then from Atria to Brighton Gardens, where she passed away. You know.
So you're looking at 2011 in hindsight.
Well, yeah, I didn't know it then all the way.
And Mr. Orlansky, you also mentioned that your mother would forget to take her medicine, and you said we labeled bottles. Did you label bottles for your mother?
No,
Then what were you referring to when you said we labeled bottles?
the sitter labeled the bottles. She had a daytime sitter 5 days a week.
And when your mother moved to Atlanta, did you assist her with moving into the Jewish Tower?
No, sir.
Did you assist her with moving into Belmont?
No, sir.
Did you assist her with moving into Atria?
No, sir.
Did you assist in taking her to any doctor's appointments?
Yes, sir.
How often did you take her to doctor's appointments?
Oh, just a few times. I was there and she had doctor's appointments. And one time my brother asked me would I take her.
Did you ever purchase your mother's groceries?
Yes, when she lived independent, I went to the store for her once, 2 or 3, 4 times. I don't remember how many.
And who paid for those groceries?
She did.
And how did she pay for those groceries?
Credit card, I believe.
Did she give you a credit card to take to the store?
Or she went with me.
Do you recall what kind of credit card that was?
No, I wasn't noticing, but I know she had a Bank of America valued card later because I took her to pay the bill one time.
And when you would come to Atlanta, would you take your mom out to eat?
Yes,
And who would pay for that meal, those meals?
when we went out to eat, she and I, she would usually pay for it.
Do you recall how she would pay for your meals?
Credit card.
Would you visit your mother with your children as well?
I did some.
And who are your children?
Allison and Leslie.
And when you would visit your mother with your children, who would cover the cost of the meals?
Usually I did. I wouldn't let her pay for it because there's 4 of us and 3 of us and 1 of her.
Would your mother ever cover the cost of your travel or anything?
No, used to when we drove years ago, she would slip us a few dollars, but you know, that was it.
And Mr. Orlansky, again, you and I had that deposition previously, and you were asked that same question. Do you recall answering differently at that time?
I believe I recall saying that sometimes she'd give us $20 to drive back or something like that to help with the gas.
And how would she pay for gas when she did this?
How did she pay for it? She'd give us cash.
And Mr. Orlansky, obviously you were far away at this time in her life, but was there a time in your life where you lived closer to your mother?
Oh, yes.
And when was that?
Until 1996, I guess.
And what would be the starting date? When to that time frame?
1984 to 1996. The kids were real close. They spent the weekend with her. They spent summers with her.
So from 1984 to 1996, where did you live with your children?
Greenwood.
And where did your mother live at that time?
She lived at Greenwood. Dad died in 93.
And I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that city name.
I said my father died in 93.
The name of the city where your mother
Oh,
lived.
Louisville.
And when you lived in Greenwood, what was the address you were living at?
209 East Market Street.
Is that a property that is now in the family partnership?
Yes, sir.
But at that time, it was not part of the family partnership.
It wasn't a partnership at that time.
Who owned the home at that time?
My aunt,
Who was your aunt?
Sarah Braffman.
And were you paying your aunt money for living there? Rent?
No, didn't pay rent, sir.
Were you paying the taxes on the property?
No,
Were you paying the utilities?
yes,
Were you contributing to any maintenance?
yes. As far as also, I help collect rent from for the other houses and stuff like that.
And during this time you lived in Greenwood, where did your children go to school?
Bankston Elementary School.
And let me ask that better. How old were your children in 1984 when you began living in Greenwood?
One was born in 79, the other was born in 81. So they were what, 6, 5 or 6, 7, 8.
And so at that age, what school were they going to?
Bankston Elementary.
Is that a private or a public school?
Public,
Did they ever attend any private schools?
yes.
What private schools did they attend?
Pillow Academy.
What was Pillow? What was the name of the school?
Pillow.
Pillow, like what you sleep on.
Yeah.
And who paid their tuition for that school?
I did usually.
And did they attend any other private schools in that area?
No, I don't think so. I think that was it.
Did they ever attend Marvell Academy?
Yeah, they did that later when we moved away.
And was Marvell Academy a private or a public school?
Private,
And who paid the tuition for Marvell?
I did.
Did your mother assist you in any way in paying that tuition?
Not, I remember she might have paid a few months, but mostly I was my money I paid with.
When you say a few bucks, can you define that?
A few months, I said.
A few months?
Uh-huh.
Well, how many is a few months to you?
Oh, I don't know. She paid a few times. Mostly it was mine. I took the responsibility.
And how much would that have been for tuition at Fargo Academy?
I can't remember how much tuition was.
Can you put any range on it, whether it's
No, I'm afraid I'd be wrong.
more than $10,000, less than $1,000?
Probably less. I don't know. That was then now. We're not talking about today.
And during the time you were living in Greenwood and your mother was in Ruleville, which for those of us who are not familiar with the geography of Mississippi, how close are Greenwood and Ruleville?
35 miles.
Did you get to spend a lot of time with your mother then?
Yes, we did.
Did your daughters also have an opportunity to spend a lot of time with your mother?
Right. They spent weekend with her, some weeks in the summertime with her. She came over and they ate with her sometime.
Would y'all ever go out to eat?
Yes.
And who would pay when y'all would go out to eat?
But when Dad was living until, not like I told you, to 93, and sometimes they would pay for it. Then when Dad died, we just, like I said, Mama just won, so I wouldn't make her pay for it. I'd pay for it.
But would your mother offer to pay?
Sometimes she did, yes.
And you mentioned that she helped pay for Marvell, but she did not help pay for Pillow.
No, I didn't say she paid a little bit in both areas, but much smaller than what I paid. It was my obligation.
And when I say pay, would your mother pay the school directly, or would she give you money to give the school?
She'd give me money. I'd tell her how much it was exactly if she asked me.
And when we had our deposition back a year and a half ago, I know that's a long time ago, I asked you the question whether your mother paid Pillow Academy directly and Marvel directly. Do you recall what your answer was then?
No, I don't.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. Counsel, can you tell me the page and line referring to the depot laptop?
But just give them the page and line number.
Page and line number.
Yeah.
17, 23, 25.
Thank you.
I'm just presenting for refreshing recollection.
Sure.
So I said she paid Pillow directly sometimes, and Marvel, she gave the money to me.
So she was helping you with both Pillow and Marvel?
Well, yeah, some, yeah.
And did your daughters move on to further education beyond Pillow Academy and Marvel?
Yes, sir.
Where did Allison go after that?
She went to Arkansas State University and University of Memphis.
Did your mother assist with her tuition payments?
Yeah, she paid something, but most of it was mine.
Do you recall how much she paid?
I can't begin to guess.
And would that have been at both Arkansas State and Memphis?
Right.
Did Allison participate in any extracurriculars at those colleges, like sororities, anything like that?
Yeah, I think they were. They both were in sororities, I think.
Who paid for their sororities?
I did.
And your other daughter, where did she go after Marvell Academy?
University of Mississippi.
Did your mother assist with her tuition?
If she did, I did most of it.
When you say most of it, can you define that
Well,
percentage
she might have,
wise?
once in a while, she might have paid some, but I was the one that, when the tuition statement came, I took care of it.
And when you say once in a while, it's my understanding tuition only comes out like every quarter, every semester, depending.
Right.
So would she pay like one a year? Would she pay one every 2 years?
No, I mean, I can't remember exactly, but I paid most of it.
Hmm.
And I paid all the sorority.
But your mother wanted to assist with your daughter's tuition.
Yes.
And she did so from elementary school through college.
Well, yeah, she was helpful.
And you mentioned that you were living in your aunt's house in Greenwood. Did your aunt also provide assistance for your children?
Yes.
And what did she provide?
She would, we clothes or something once in a while. I can't remember how much or anything, but she was in a nursing home.
During her life, did she ever provide any tuition assistance to your children?
Yeah, I think she did, but I can't tell you.
Was that money given to you directly, or did it go directly to the
No,
schools?
came to me.
And would that have been cash or check?
Check, probably.
And in your aunt Sarah Braffman's passing, did she provide any further tuition or other assistance to your daughters?
No.
And you mentioned that your Aunt Sarah was in a nursing home. Did you happen to serve as her conservator?
I was.
So had she been declared legally incompetent?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you go through that process with her?
Yeah, I must have.
But your mother did not go through any process where she was found legally incompetent, right?
I don't know.
And Mr. Orlansky, when is the last time you've spoken to your brother, Herb?
I'm trying to think. I think at the meeting with you, Mr. Hampton, and myself, I believe, May 6, 2019.
And since that time, you've had no communications with your brother
I think
directly?
so. Right.
And during your testimony, you referred to us trying to work things out at that meeting. And you mentioned that part of the agreement was that Herb would provide you a check, which I believe you testified he did. What was your part of that agreement?
He wanted access to the homes there, and I told him to meet me and we'll get access. And he got real rawly and started hollering, as you remember in the meeting, that he wanted me to send him the keys, not meet him there. And I wanted to make sure he knew what was mine and what was the partnership and what was his or whatever.
And you never provided the keys to him at that time?
No, I was gonna meet him, but he didn't want to.
And Mr. Orlansky, when you were your aunt's conservator, did you have to provide reports to the court that was over her conservatorship?
I guess I wasn't conservative about less than a year, I think. Then we turned it into the partnership,
Excuse me, did you say it turned into a guardianship?
turned it into the partnership.
And would that be the Orlansky Investments LP
Right.
partnership? And Mr. Orlansky, you mentioned earlier that there was a ring that it seemed you were alleging that a ring was missing. Can you describe that ring?
No, I can't. My daughter sure could though. She knows it, know it a mile away, she said. That was the one that my mother promised Allison. Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you what ring you were referring to in your testimony.
Okay, there was two rings involved. There was one ring my mother promised my daughter. And then Herbie had it in his safe, he said, and then he couldn't find it. He said it's valued, I think, today at $12,000, I think is what he said. And he never called me back, so I had to keep calling him, and he got angry because I kept asking him about the ring. And then there was another ring that belonged to my aunt that's valued between $35,000 and $40,000 that at the meeting with you and Mr. Hampton, that you asked him to sell the ring and give us split the proceeds. And we never got that. I guess he still has the ring, I assume.
But could you identify either of these rings if they were shown to you?
No, I probably could not.
And do you know where these rings were prior to your mother's passing?
No, I do not.
So the only reason you know anything about the rings is because Herb told you about the rings?
Well, no, Allison told me about the ring that Bubby promised her. He kept on me find out from Uncle Herbie where my ring is. So I did. I tried to at least.
Mr. Orlansky, have you ever held a power of attorney for anyone?
Yes,
Who did you hold a power of attorney for?
I think Aunt Sarah, the POA, and then we changed it to conservatorship.
Under that power of attorney, did you ever provide any accountings or reports or anything?
I don't think so. I don't think I did.
And there's been testimony that your mother owned 10%, your mother or your mother's trust owned 10% of Orlansky Investments LP at the time of her passing. Do you agree with that?
Now I do, but at the time we knew nothing about a trust, so we had no idea that was 10% was hers. The trust, I mean.
So
we split the 10% up between he and myself.
And are you still the managing partner of Orlansky Investments
Yes, sir.
LP?
Yes, sir.
As managing partner, does Libby Goldberg Orlansky's trust hold 10% interest in the partnership?
Yes.
And do you know what her interest would be valued at?
Small.
Can you define small?
No, I cannot.
Can you put any bounds on small?
No, I'm not going to get caught in that. I don't want to be.
if, and as the managing partner of Orlansky Investments, are you aware if the trust is indicated as an owner anymore on tax documents?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of any tax documents?
What is, please repeat the question, please.
I'll withdraw and rephrase. As the general manager of Orlansky Investments LP, does Orlansky Investments LP convey, do they show to the IRS that Libby Orlansky's trust holds 10% interest in the partnership?
I don't know. I guess I just assume, since we didn't put it in the trust to start with, backing up a little bit there, we didn't put it in the trust because we didn't know it was a trust. So I don't know how it reads now.
But you do not dispute that the trust holds 10% of the partnership?
Well, after I saw the trust, but I'm not disputing it, but I don't know. We divided it up. That's what I said, the money between my brother and myself.
I have no further questions, Mr. Orlansky.
Mr. Pearman, did you have any follow-up?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, thank you. Melvin, just to clarify a few things. How old was your mother when she passed away in 2015?
98.
98. And Mr. Woodrum asked you about your visits, several times a year, however many times a year that was. By the time, were you still visiting your mother in Atlanta here in 2014 and 2015 before she passed?
Yes, yes, sir.
So in the last year of her life, you did visit her in Atlanta.
Right.
During the last year of her life, when you were visiting her, did y'all still go out to eat, or had that situation changed?
It changed. It was rare because she wasn't mobile enough to go, and she was in a wheelchair, and it's hard to take her.
She was in a wheelchair by that time.
Right.
So she couldn't walk.
Right.
So the last time that you visited her prior to her last illness, did y'all go out to eat as a family?
No, we ate at the home. They had Mother's Day or something that day. We ate there. And she was in a wheelchair from 2012, I believe, till the time she passed away.
So is it your testimony that after she became immobile, after she became dependent upon a wheelchair, that you and she and the rest of the family, if they visited, y'all would not go out to eat or go out to eat less frequently as has been described today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Woodrum mentioned, or his testimony or his questioning brought up that you served as an agent under a power of attorney for your aunt. Is that correct?
Right, sir.
Which aunt was that?
And Sarah Brathman.
Okay. And how long ago was this? Was this back in like the 90s?
In the 80s, maybe. 88, 89, 87, somewhere in there.
Right. And under that, and so there was a power of attorney agreement that you used to assist her as her agent. Is that right?
Right.
Did that power of attorney agreement require that you provide an accounting or to tell anybody how you were using Aunt Sarah's money?
No, it must not have, because my attorney didn't.
So when you were made aware that when you accepted that authority as agent under that power of attorney, you reviewed the power of attorney agreement, right?
Right.
You determined, and why did you do that?
Because I want to know what I'm supposed to do.
Had you been required to tell anybody else, hey, I'm using $40 of Aunt Sarah's money to pay for prescriptions, or I'm doing this, with that, or the other with her money. Had you been required under the power of attorney document to do so, what would you have done?
Provided it.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from the jurors? If so, jot them down. Get them to Deputy Gordon, who's sprung back into action. Thank you. All right, counsel. Please.
It's gonna take us back.
All right. Jurors first, some good questions about the partnership, property in it, what happens with rental proceeds, et cetera. That's that second part of the trial, the counterclaim. So keep those questions in mind. I'm not ignoring them. They are not legally improper questions. This just isn't quite the time. And there was a concern among the lawyers that if I asked Melvin Orlansky, what do you do with the rental income? One of the lawyers is going to say, I have 5,000 questions about that, which will come, it won't be 5,000, but it will come after we finish with the claims brought by Melvin about the trust against Herb. Herb has brought claims against Melvin about the partnership. It's during that testimony that I am told you will learn what properties are in the partnership. When was the partnership formed? Who keeps track of the rental money? Who's getting the rental money? All good questions, all deferred, which means one question. The sitter that you described who took care of your mother for a while, did she take your mother to medical appointments in the grocery store to take care of things?
I don't think she drove. I think she went on the home, had a bus. And I think the day that they go to, what's the name of the store here, Publix or Kroger, that she escorted my mother there and they shot. Because she told me mother was having a hard time shopping too. That's the thing. But I don't think she drove herself.
Okay. Mr. Pearman, any questions about that one question?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum?
Mr. Orlansky, who hired the sitter?
I think my brother did.
So you did not deal with paying her or
No.
overseeing her duties?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Melvin Orlansky, you can go back to council table. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And if you all will call your next witness.
We will rest subject to rebuttal.
Okay,
Rest our case in chief, I should say.
understood. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, the plaintiff, Melvin Orlansky, has just rested. You've heard the evidence that you're going to hear. You received a whole lot of paper that you'll get to go through when you begin your deliberations in connection with claims that Melvin is bringing against Herb about the trust and the estate. What we turn to next, I don't know that we'll turn to it today, although we got a late start, so maybe we'll turn to it a little bit, would be any rebuttal evidence that rebuttal is the wrong word, but if Mr. Woodrum wants to put on any evidence about the trust and the estate and his client's handling of that, or if he is now shifting to his counterclaims, what's it going to be? Because you've already had, you did, but you questioned your client after Mr. Deutsch called him in connection with what I understood to be plaintiff's claims. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor. If I could have I would request limited rebuttal from my client, though, and some specific issues like the one the jury asked about.
Sure.
Consider.
Okay. So you want to put up a little more evidence in connection with plaintiff's claims? Or a lot. You can put up, I'm not limiting you, but you're not ready yet to pivot to counterclaims.
I think organizationally, it makes sense to have a fresh start with the partnership on our second day.
Okay,
We can wrap up. He'll fit into 30 minutes with.
let's do it. All right. So plaintiffs have rested subject to rebuttal on their claims. You are now putting on your responsive case to the original claims.
Yes, sir.
And you are calling Herb Orlansky back to the stand.
I will have him first, and I believe I have 3 brief witnesses that we could take care of quickly on the next day.
Okay, meeting on Monday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on up, Herb Orlansky. You remain under oath, by the way. The oath you took today carries with you through the end of the day. We'll renew it on Monday if you get called back to the stand.
And Mr. Orlansky, when your mother was in a wheelchair, was she restricted simply to the facility, or could she get in a car and travel elsewhere?
She could travel elsewhere.
Could she travel in the Toyota you mentioned?
Yes.
And how would that work? You just put the wheelchair in?
Well, it was a Prius and it had a back seat that went down, so I could put her wheelchair in it as opposed to my Jeep.
And did some of your trips to the mountains, to the beach, did they occur after she became wheelchair bound?
Some did, yes.
And did you hire a sitter to assist your mom?
Yes.
Do you recall that person's name?
I can look it up. If you, let's see. Actually, I think my phone's over there, but if you want me to look, I can look and see. Won't take but a second.
Well, I'll just ask, did you hire them as an individual or through a service?
No, it was an individual.
And how many days a week did you hire them for?
She was there pretty much Monday through Friday, and this wasn't for that long of a period. It was maybe, I don't know, 4 months, 5 months, something like that.
And in the range of your mother's time in Atlanta in 1999 to 2015, where did those 4 to 5 months fit in?
Probably 2010, maybe. Probably 2010. That was before she moved to Belmont Village,
So what facility was she at that time?
the Jewish Towers, independent living.
And who paid for the sitter?
Well, I mean, I think my mother paid her, or I might have paid her sometimes or whatever, and she reimbursed if I wrote the check for myself.
And when you say she reimbursed, you're referring to your mother would have
Yes,
reimbursed
yes,
you for that. Since you hired this person individually, did you do a W-2 or anything for them?
I don't think so. I don't think we did.
Was there any formal contract?
No. She was, can I explain a little more? One of the ladies that worked in the office, it was her friend, and they had used her before for other people. The problem with her was transportation, but she would ride with this lady. And the other problem is she smoked, and you couldn't smoke in the place. And of course, and so she would be with the mother and have to go outside for, 15, 20 minutes and have a smoke, but she was real good at what she did.
Was this person entrusted with your mother's credit card, to your knowledge?
No.
And did you provide this person's contact information to anyone else so they could contact her, such as your brother, Melvin?
I really can't remember. No, I mean, the people down at the desk knew her, down at the main office knew her, but I don't remember.
And as far as labeling medications, did you engage in any of that for your mother?
I don't know. I mean, she had a Monday, a weekly pill thing, and she usually did that herself. Now, I might have helped her sometimes, but I mean, she pretty much labeled her own medicine or put it in the proper day.
And do you recall how many quantity-wise medications she was on?
Oh, gosh, no. I can't remember how many. I mean, 4 or 5, maybe, something like that.
And was there ever a medical incident or anything that occurred that caused you concern about your mother's taking the wrong medications, taking them the wrong days?
Probably. Probably went right before she moved, but that's not why we moved her. That's because she fell. But I don't think I really had a major concern about her taking the wrong medications or the wrong number, because she had her faculties about her.
So when she fell, was that when she moved from Jewish Tower to
Belmont.
Belmont?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Orlansky.
Mr. Twitch, any questions?
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. So you said there were some pretty quick witnesses, Mr. Woodrum. They'd be quick witnesses who are not here?
Yes, Your Honor, by quick, I mean, I expect I would take about 30 minutes. So I don't know that we would have time for direct and cross.
Okay. What is your forecast? I I told the jurors, based on the collective forecast, that Monday would be the other day of evidence. We still have some witnesses left that you want to call in response to the claims brought against your client. And then we have your counterclaims. So are we still wrapping up on Monday?
I think we are, Your Honor, because there's just not a quantity of witnesses, or I don't expect lengthy testimony like we had today.
Okay. How many witnesses do you plan on calling besides the two brothers concerning the counterclaims?
If I could confirm, we stipulated on the appraisal. Okay. It may just be the brothers.
Okay. Well, that would sort of be equivalent then to today. But you do have a few witnesses who will be testifying not about partnership disputes, but about the trust and estate disputes.
Yes.
And they'll be ready first thing on Monday morning. Okay. All right. Mr. Deutsch, any reason to disagree with the estimate that we ought to at least have everyone resting on Monday?
No, no reason. We have one other witness, or maybe two, regarding the counterclaims. They'll be
Concerning the partnership.
Yeah, partnership.
Okay. And are they family members or those two, Brewer and whatever the other? Okay. You mentioned the accountant. That's right. Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've hit a stopping point. Just trying to see if we could squeeze another 20 minutes out of everyone. Not going to happen. So you get a 3-day weekend. Thank you, Fulton County. You can go back to work tomorrow. I won't tell anyone at work that you're not the jury duty tomorrow, if that's how you want to work that. But I do need everyone here as close to 9 as possible on Monday. So whatever bad experience you had today, like add 20 minutes to your commute so that you are here, so that we can hit the ground running on Monday morning. We'll start with whatever witness is next for Mr. Woodrum that is being offered in opposition to the claims that Melvin Orlansky has brought against his brother concerning the administration of the trust in this case. The lawyers think they'll be resting on Monday. I don't know that means we'll get through closing arguments and the charge I have to give you, so we may spill over into Tuesday. But none of you shared with me a huge conflict you had on Tuesday. So I'm assuming if we take a little bit of your Tuesday, you'll all survive. You may not be happy, but that's not the litmus test we use. So enjoy your 3-day weekend. Work tomorrow if that's your thing. Work on the weekend if that's your thing. No outside research. You're good with the questions. The questions were good. I know we skipped a few of them, but that's only because we're not to the partnership phase. And if those questions don't get answered during the partnership phase, write them again and they will get answered by whichever witness you pose them to. Any logistical questions? Yes, ma'am.
What do we do with our notes? Do we take them with us or leave them here?
You will take them into the jury room and leave them on the table. They will be guarded by our guardian. That jury room is off limits and you will be all right leaving your pads here. You don't bring your pads home. Sir.
Is there any sort of documentation showing that you're here?
So if you need something now, my staff can get something. The typical approach is that when you're done with your service, so late Monday, sometime on Tuesday, I'll have a letter for each of you that says Juror X, and it doesn't say X, it has your name, was involved with jury duty from Wednesday, because you gave up a big chunk of yesterday, through whenever it ends. And we don't talk about Friday or the weekends, but it will document all the days you were here. But usually we hand that out at the end of the trial. Every once in a while, someone's got a job. It's like, no, every day I got a bad boss. So if you need something today, stick around and we'll do it. Otherwise, I promise at the end of the trial, there'll be a letter for everyone. Yep. Well, everyone does it differently, but the approach we've used that seems to work for most, some jurors, they don't need anything, but some need something in writing. But as long as there's something that covers all the days, where you've been, I've been here, that'll take care of it. Okay. Anything else? Thank you for your time. Notepads in there. Will you be back on Monday or, okay, you're here for the whole thing? You think?
I know I'm here Monday.
Okay,
but Tuesday, so I'm not doing anything Tuesday.
okay. The plan was that we'd finish on Monday, but we got a late start because jurors came in late, and I think things just took a little longer than the lawyers expected. So we'll see. Let me see my Tuesday, make sure that I'm good. Yeah. Okay. Anything, Mr. Deutsch, before we wrap up for the day?
The exhibits, you want them to stay here or?
You confer with the court reporter, whatever she wants, you will do with the exhibits. And, oh, you guys can talk. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Mr. Woodrum, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, see everyone Monday. Get here a little before 9, please. It's fine to leave them in the courtroom if that's the middle ground. Just don't leave them right there. But I don't know that if you find a drawer that's empty, I mean, but we just seeing what we've got. The next thing that'll be happening in this courtroom is this case. So if you are comfortable leaving them on a desk, you can do that. I don't know that there are drawers here that you can use, but you guys work through that.
We will, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right.